Okay, in theory, we are live-ish. Let's work on this little Twitch bot. There's the email. There's the old email. Okay, so we are going to be working on this Twitch bot. It exists, and it is functioning down there. I don't know which side of me it's on. Is it? Yeah, it's that way. Mic is to my left. Alright. And, okay, that's a different thing. Alright. So let's see. Let's pop out chat real quick. Alright, so we have a lot of this functioning right now. This is our little bot right here. Mike is just chilling, and you can type messages in chat to make him do stuff. I will do this right now. Let's see. I'll start off with an asteroid. With any luck, yep, there we go. Text is a little too long, but you get the idea. Okay, so there's a couple things that I want to do with this. One of the things I want to get the actual all of chat into this bot. Like right now, this can react to messages in chat, but I actually want to like log the chat so that I can have it up here and I don't have to run like 50 screens to do this one thing that I want to do, which is interact with Twitch. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to work on that. And let's see, so here's my Unity. This is actually this is the whole thing. If I right now just remove this does all the same things. This is the actual Unity project for the bot, and so I can do a whole bunch of things, like kill him with a portal and all kinds of stuff. It'll automatically reset after a certain amount of time, or I can force reset it whenever I want. So this all happens through a little Twitch interface that we have here, and let's load up that old solution. So these are all the random deaths. So if you just type hashtag Mike dies, you will get a random effect. And that could be something that kills him, or he could start running or jumping or hovering or doing all the stuff that he does. So it'll add a little variety, and if you just want to do some random stuff. So there are a couple of things I want to do. I want to get the actual chat into this log, like the actual chat log in a UI in Unity, and I also want to get follower notifications on here, which is like a really big thing that is done completely separate from chat, because chat is all done through IRC, and follower notifications are done kind of the way that I have discovered it can be done is all just like reading a web address, reading the text from a web address and parsing all the JSON text and getting the like number of followers and all the names of the followers. So we're going to do that, but first I want to get chat inside of this bot right here. So the first thing we're going to have to do though is create the UI to contain all this stuff, and I haven't done very much with Unity's UI, but we can try. Oh, you can't see that overlay. But let's see, let's make some UI. We'll make UI text, I guess. Let's see, so we got some new text. And So we made our canvas with our text. Let's see, so we're gonna have to make Twitch chat. It's a terrible coloring everything on there. Let's see. So I think it looks like right now we're centered, and I'm in the game. That would be a problem. I'm in the game window and not the scene window. Here we go. This is something I can edit. So we can kind of. So this is the anchor point, and we're going to want to anchor it, I guess, kind of like top left, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Get it a little bit centered here. Why am I having such a hard time just dragging the whole thing? Okay, there we go. That's easy enough. Okay, so now we see our Twitch chat all the way up here. Let's see, how big do we want it? Maybe like a little bit over here. Get an idea of how much it fills this screen here. So that looks pretty. That looks enough out of the way that it shouldn't be a problem. So let's take a look at it then. So the easy part here is, where the nice part is that the hard part of this is already done, and that is getting all of this text out of Twitch chat. So there's this whole interface that I wrote in here. So Twitch chat. So this will grab all of the information and put it into simple functions, like where's the Twitch message, send Twitch message, read message, and then queue on Twitch message. Let's go to that definition. Okay, so here we have our interface for what happens when we get a message and this system has decided this is a message from someone in chat on Twitch, or an IRC, of course. So what we do is we can do whatever we want with that. And so in my little Mike Dies script, on Twitch message is right here. And what we do with that is I'm looking for, because this is a Twitch bot that interacts with chat, I'm looking for this hashtag MikeDies, which again is something that you can do. Let's just do it just plain old Mike Dies, and there he got a drill in through his whole body. So that's the random effect, and that happens if basically you don't do any of these optional commands. But what we want to do is basically using this to keep a log of all the chat that has happened. And so on Twitch message, what we want to do is we want to do all this stuff, of course, that we're already doing. But we also want to put this into the text for our UI component. And so what can happen here is our Mike Dies script, which I believe is on our room. So what we're gonna do is attach this little text that we have here. So you can see that. We're gonna attach this text that we have over here, and we're gonna attach it to our Mike Dies script that's right here. Quickest way to do that, one thing I gotta do is I gotta check this out of our source control, which is easy enough. Scripts, there we go. And those are all good. Okay. So now what we want to do is we have to double check what this is, what kind of what this is. So this is just called text. That's probably a UI text or something like that. So let's double check that first. So let's see what options we have here. Let's put it before this one. GUI text or something like that. Let's see. GUI text. There's a GUI text. I'm not sure if that's the right one. But let's find out. Let's see if it's GUI text. Chat log. So if we right now go to our room, and one of these is it's gonna, there we go. Okay. It's not giving us the room. Mike does. You wanna do stuff that I tell you to do? Let's see. So what's your problem? Mike Dens, where are you? Okay, you want to talk to us? On Twitch, is it sports? Does this, yes, okay, this makes me reload our solution. So, what does, where is our GUI text? Oh, I'm an idiot. Shit. So what I have to do, unfortunately, is add this to the editor. I have an editor script that specifically makes this, let's see, my target dot, what did I call it? Chat log? Chat log. Here we go. Okay. Editor scripts can be a real pain sometimes. So after channel, password. Yeah, we'll put it at the end. Editor GUI layout. Editor GUI layout. Man, what do we really need here? We need like the game object field really, but object field. Let's go with that. My target chat log. What options do we have here? We have a simple one. No, we don't. Object. Okay, so object type is going to be a GUI text. And then hopefully nothing. Are we allowed to do that? No. The type is using a variable. Well, that's what you asked me to do. Oh, I think I gotta do type of GUI text. It's still not happy with me. Well, that's not. So let's. What are we doing wrong here? What are we doing wrong? Unity object field inspector. GUI layout. Okay. Type. Okay, so let's try. First, we'll say chat log. We are using extremely low. Okay. Type of object. I guess I just can't do object. And whatever true might mean. Oh, right. Alright. I gotta check this out of source control as well. Alright, let's see. So this is still unhappy with me because I am converting. You don't have a GUI text field. Can I do as GUI text? Can't imagine you want to do that. Let's see, type of object. It's really not letting me put anything in here. Let's see, cannot convert type system.type to UD reference conversion, boxing conversion, unboxing conversion, wrapping conversion, or null type conversion. Alright, so you just don't want me to do anything except use a... Let's see if it complains if I just actually make this a game object. Does it still hate me? Yes, because I can't convert object to game object. So can I just make it object? I feel like that's... Let's see what that does. Alright, so it does let me use an object. I can put this text in there, I guess. I can't imagine it's going to be easy to really try and... Okay. Okay. Let's just, before we get into that, sure. Object field. Alright, we're gonna guess that this will work. So if it's just an object, can I just do a get component on that object? It seems like it might be possible. Let's see. So we're just gonna do chat logs. Chat log. No, I can't get the type. Can't get a component from it. I can just get the name and get type, get instance ID. Yeah, basically nothing that actually helps me. So let's see what we can do for game object fields here. This is really dumb. I hate being stuck on stupid inspector stuff. Unity 3 inspector custom inspector beam object. Editor GUI layout. GUI layout. I'm just gonna go enable type of game objects. Well, I didn't like that before. But let's see. Alright, still saying that explicit conversion exists. Really don't know what you want from me. Let's see. Let's, oh yeah. It's been a little bit. I'm just gonna make Mike die real quick. It was the asteroid. Okay, so... Come on, custom editor. Don't be a jerk. Oh, wait a second. Is that all you do? Wow, that's it. That's all you gotta do. Fuck you. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. You have to convert this, the explicit conversion happens before the editor GUI layout call. Wow, okay. That makes all of the sense. Now, we should have our thingy. Do we have it? Okay, chat log. Alright, so it's still a... Alright, so let's see if we can get this text out of here. Actually, so now that we know what we have to do here, let's try and make that the GUI text. So that way, when we do this, it's actually just going to get the GUI text component out of there. And that will also test to see if there actually is a GUI text component on there. So now if we go here, no, it's not letting me. It's actually not letting me drag it in there now. Okay, so maybe this is not a GUI text. But then what type is it? It's some kind of text. Text area. Text editor. GUI text. It's not a text mesh. It's just called text, but that's obviously not what the actual name is for it. So let's find out what that is first. We have, so Unity GUI, let's see, Unity 4.6 GUI text. The new UI, yeah, that's what I would like to know about the new UI. UI text, okay, maybe that's, is it just called UI text though? Because I feel like it's not. I feel like you're kind of lying to me right now. UI text. No, because that's GUI text. So that can't be right. GUI text is absent in 4.6. Well, I don't think that that's true. Well, in any case, let's just leave it as a game object, and we will try to manually, in script, get the GUI text component from it. And so, Unity game object, and that way everybody's happy. So I can drag this in here. I'm going to use text. Okay, so now the first thing that we do is we get chatlog.getComponent GUI text. Actually, we're just going to straight up debug log that. And if we get a result, that means that this does actually have, we'll find out if we have a, let's see, connect on start. Oh, cool, that's strange. Wow, I also don't have the Boolean. We're just running into all kinds of weird editor shit today. Let's see. I should probably be able to find it easily enough. My target chat. Oh wait, actually no. It should be just connect on start. So we need a checkbox for this, and I'm assuming that it's just GUI layout. Ooh, no. Checkbox, what would it be? What would it be called? It should be like checkbox or Boolean field or something that actually makes sense. Toggle, let's say it's a toggle. Yes, this looks like it. Okay, so my target connect on start. Can I just do that? I think I can just do that. Ooh, I do want a label though. So we'll call it connect on start. Can do that. It looks like it's happy with that. Let's find out. See what Unity says. Alright, connect on start is checked. Let's uncheck that because I don't actually want to log in because we're already logged in on our little guy down there. So we don't need to know any of this. Null. Okay, so that came up saying that we don't have a GUI text component on there, which is handy to know. Alright, wait a second. Visual components text. Okay, how do I get text displayed? Maybe I actually have to do GUI.text. The Unity help file is just telling me it's called text. Just don't worry about it. It's called text. It's a text control. GUI.text area. Okay. Text field or text area? I'm guessing it's text area. Get component GUI dot text area. No? GUI element. GUI text. Alright, let's see. GUI UniEngine.GameObject.GUI element is obsolete. Please use GUI texture instead. Why would I use GUI texture to get a text field? Missing component. There's no GUI element attached to text. Alright, fair enough. Let's see. So what the hell? How do we get this stupid text? How do we write to text? It's really a mystery. Let's see. Get component text. I swear that just did not work. Why would you just start working? Chat log dot get component text. What do I have to? I must have to import something or include something. Text instruction. Using Unity Engine internal? No, I don't know what the hell. It's apparently just called text, but it does not exist. Get component UI.text. No. None of these things exist that it's telling me. Using Unity, okay. Somebody finally, UnityEngine.UI. Somebody finally had a reasonable answer that included that. Okay, because nobody includes using UnityEngine.UI unless you're doing this goofy shit, so. Well, now let's see if Unity is going to agree with us on this one. Okay, we have text. This is great. Okay, so now that we have that, we can do whatever we want with it, which is great. So let's go ahead and start adding to that. Right now. So let's say that we're going to make an internal text, chat text. So I guess I don't want to mess with it. I'm really sick of trying to mess with that inspector. So we're just going to have a separate variable for the actual text. So instead of just logging that, we're going to say chat text equals that thing that I just said. Okay, so now we can just do whatever we want with this. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the Twitch messages to our little GUI element there. So I don't really need to log these anymore. What I'm going to do is take our chat text dot text. Is it that simple? And I'm going to say plus equals message. Well, let's get the user in there. Jeebus. Oh my god, we're going to put this over here now for safety. Okay, so We're going to add user and then a little thing just to make it look formatted so we can see who said what. And then we're going to add a new line character at the end of that. And I don't know if that works, but we're going to try it. So now if we connect, so the bot is already connected to Twitch chat as my Twitch username, and this will connect to the same thing, so maybe that will work. Let's find out. Okay, so here's our Twitch chat up here in this corner. So if this might happen in both places if I do this now. No, it only happened, oh, no it did. It looks like we do have our, it was like a little bit delayed on there. Now we do have our chat showing up in the log. So let's do that one more time. Okay, so we do have this here. It froze him again there. And everything, all the text is showing up correctly. So what I want to do now is just clear that. And what we can do with this is I want to change this this text a little bit because it's not awesome to look at really. Like it's not great. We can do better than this. So let's take our font style. Where's the actual font? Font material. No, not the material. There should be a text then, but maybe there's not. Or a font. I don't want to use a material. Oh, duh, font. That thing that's right there. So this is the font that we use for Dark Scavenger, and it is the font that we've been using for Teleportal up to this point. So it seems like it's good enough. Let's give it like 18-point font maybe, and line spacing is fine. I don't know, does that look, I mean if it's big enough in this little window, I'm guessing it's going to be fine for a full-size window. So let's see, best fit? Yeah, let's not best fit. Let's not do that at all. But do you? Okay, so it's giving me enough. It's giving me some word wrap and all that kind of stuff. So we're fine there. So can I change the color or anything like that? I feel like it's weirdly limited. Like why do I have this dark gray color? Is the material? Yeah, okay, well that's incredibly unhelpful. I can make it have a texture that makes everything just blacked out, like everything was censored. I can do that. That's not even a little bit helpful. I wish I could put phase on every character, but it's just not going to work that way. Keys renderer. Vertical overflow truncate? Does that mean that you're going to... if I just have too many lines... Whoops. Let's see what happens when I just add too many lines for you to deal with. Yeah, so it's gonna... let's make it overflow then. Oh, that's what overflow means. Okay. So that's not the best because I actually want it to not do either of those things. I would rather it stay scrolled down. So what we could do is is remove the first line of text once we get to a certain number of lines. So let's say we had that many. What we actually want to do is kind of just a little bit like this does, except we don't really need to scroll it. We can just kind of remove the top line of text. What can we get out of this? Let's see what we can get out of this text. So what I want to do is I want to just, when we get to a certain number of lines, I just want to remove the top one entirely, and then add the one that we just got. So if I take chat text dot, I keep doing chat text dot text. I actually want to. Let's see if we can. I want to just remove the first line, and I don't know what that's going to really include. Trim start. Living characters. Array from the current. Okay. Use all leading currencies. That might work. Use a queue. Use a queue in the sense of adding to a queue of text, because like it's not a matter of when I receive the data. It's basically just a matter of removing basically discarding old text. If you can use a queue to discard text, then maybe I understand, but I'm not quite sure. Let's see. But until then, let's go with, I'm already using regular expressions. So if I were to say regex dot, let's see, matches, match collection, we could do matches dot, okay, so let's see. So I want to look for basically a number of new line characters, I guess. Let's see what that's about. New line. Domination of any character, that's not helpful. Line break characters, okay. Treat. I guess I should have specified C# just in case. /n matches a new line. Okay. So let's see what we get out of the /n. Matches. Match collection. Okay. It checks my B. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see. Just how matches. So it's a match collection, which apparently you can't do anything with. It's It's a match collection, and so I guess we have to say match collection, or do a for loop. That would suck, though. That would suck. No, let's. Oh god, this is so dumb. Regex.split. We could try just doing a split on the new line character, which isn't awesome either. Actually, what does a split return? Let's split returns an array of strings. Okay, so that should be easy enough to deal with then. So, nope, not that. But it's not letting me do anything. So let's just make an array of strings real quick. Let's do that and say line array, and then we'll say line array. Oops, line array equals regex.split, and we're gonna split on the new line character, and then we're gonna check if line array is greater than. For now, I want to do like 2, just so it's oh, and also line array dot count, or shit, what is the length? That's the one. Okay, so basically if we have more than 2 lines, then what we're gonna do is discard the very first line. And you're giving me shit. Why are you giving me shit? Number is required for the non-static field method of property. Object reference is required. What on earth are you talking about? So do I have to say, do I have to come up with another string line split just for this new line character? Is that what you're telling me? Line split. Oh no, I'm an asshole. You know what? I didn't add in the chat text, not char text. Chat text. I cannot even a little bit type right now. Okay. And then we're gonna do this, and that will fix everything. Yeah, you have to pass the splits, the actual text that you're trying to split. Who would have thought? Who would have thought you had to do that? Okay. So then let's say, so we're going to take out the first one. So line array, so what we want to do actually is, we can do a simple kind of little cheaty thing here. We're going to say chat text.text equals chat text.text.replace, and we can just replace the first the line, line array 0, and we can replace that with nothing. So it's kind of it's a little bit of a weird thing. I'm doing a replace for that first line and removing it. Can you do a number? Could you have an option of how many replaces you do? That's a thing in Python, but it doesn't seem to be here. I don't know if it's going to replace every instance of this, because what could theoretically happen if somebody said the same thing twice, it would remove every instance of them saying that, which I don't want. But yeah, it says all occurrences of a specified Unicode character in this instance are replaced with another specified. So it's all of them. So we'll replace all of them. So this is not our ideal solution. I could do, You know what? And since it's not, let's not do that. That's stupid. What we're gonna do is do a regex replace. Is that right? Let's say that regex replace is right. So we're gonna replace our chat text dot text. What is the pattern that we want to do? We're gonna say that it has to be the starting. Oops, it has to be the starting character. Regular expressions are kind of a pain in the ass, but it can be any character. So starting with this, and then until a new line character. And replace that with nothing. Or wait, match evaluator, that's not right. String replacement, that's the one. So that should theoretically work. And we can test that. So let's see, line array. So if we have more than 2 lines, then we're going to replace line number 1 with nothing, and then we're going to add this. So let's do that first. Yeah. So let's give that a shot. Let's see what we end up with here. So actually, the interesting thing is that we're going to start off with more than 2 lines, but let's keep it at. Let's do 3 lines. So we'll do 3. So we start off with 3 lines in here. I'm going to run the script, type something in chat, and then it should theoretically remove the first line of this when I do that. Okay, so here is everything. And now if I make Mike die again, it looks like it worked, amazingly enough. Of course, it didn't kill Mike because the random effect this time just had him run back and forth. Did it? Whoa. That's weird. I guess because I'm not doing a seed, it did the same thing on both instances. That's really weird. So let's see if we can kill him this time. There we go. That time it did something different on each. Okay. So it looks like we have, yeah, this is all working really well. So that's great. So we only keep the last 2 lines. It doesn't look like. Oh, because I didn't create a new line character at the end of the thing. So that shouldn't really be a problem. We do want to pull out this chat a lot though, because you can see it's like it basically only fits the Psydra Games name and then like no other text. Like it doesn't even get this hashtag Mike Dies in here. So we're going to make that a lot wider. Let's make this text wider. So text field right here. What is that? Is that a quarter? That's half the screen? Wow. That feels like too much. That can't be right. Half the screen is too much. We can't do that. That's stupid. I guess I have to turn this font down a bit though, because so let's see what it looks like when it's maximized. I'm going to maximize it for this test, and we're going to turn the font size down to, it's 18, which is not that crazy, but let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that's tiny. What the hell, man? That's dumb. Let's not do that. Okay. Maybe the anchor's not right, and that was the problem here. This anchor is definitely not right, though. I want you. Thank you. Okay. Anchor yourself there. Okay, so it at least is staying in the correct portion of the screen. But it's definitely. Let's see, font size. Oh, so I know what's basically happening here is that when it's this big, the font size doesn't scale to the size of the screen, but the UI elements do. And so we really need to be a little flexible with this, with how much you make this. Try 24. I don't even know. I don't even know what you want. Let's see what this does. So that looks okay. That looks okay for chat. It's not ideal, I guess, if I'm looking at it as a full screened application. So let's do 32. I'm trying to keep it in like fonts, common font sizes that I've seen. Actually, this is not scaling. Okay, I think I see what the problem is here. So this, I think the problem is that these anchor points, that's why it's not scaling. So maybe now it will scale. That looks a little better. It's not my favorite, but it looks a little better. Also, I keep logging in and out of view, so let's not do that. Okay. So let's see, what percentage of the screen am I here? I think that snaps around half. Let's just pretend like I don't need to do that. Okay, 270, 962. What kind of fucking screen space overlay? All right. Constant pixel size. I don't know. It's just weird. All right. I want to say it's like, I want to say we want to do about a quarter, you know, about a quarter of the top quarter of the screen can kind of be. Okay, so that's 30% apparently. And we'll go down 50, I guess. Okay, so that's 30% of the width and 50% of the height, which seems reasonable enough. So now if we do this, that looks pretty good for chat. Like that's a decent size, and we're gonna have this is gonna be chroma keyed out anyway, so like we might want to have a little backdrop for it, but it seems fine otherwise. So does let's see, what haven't we done yet for Mike Dies? We haven't done, we've had a couple asteroids. We had the drill once, we had freezing once. Let's make him hover, and then let's do a hover and asteroid. If they happen at the same time. Okay, that was, yeah, that was an interesting effect with the with our little particle effects there. So because the background is keyed out, so when you have the smoke is kind of like translucent, it gets all weird looking. Okay. Alright, so I think that's looking pretty good. We need to figure out, I guess, just about how many lines we can realistically fit on here. It's probably not a super lot, but chat's gonna be that big. I don't know, maybe that's just a little too big. Maybe we should put it down a little bit. Let's see, keep it at maybe 20. Oh, just got the unstable energy beam. 24, is that too low? I think that looks fine. I think it's readable, so let's just keep it. And yeah, the bot is totally interactable. Check out the FAQ if you want to look up all of the commands for it. We haven't seen a suicide yet, and let's see, I think we've seen at least one of everything else, but so far. But yeah, it's pretty great. All right, so I'm going to say that's good for chat. I want to figure out though how to. Oh wait, there's a color thing right here. I'm a friggin' idiot. What color do we make chat? That looks good enough. Best fit. So is best fit going to change? Oh, it's just going to shrink the text as it goes. Well, we don't want that. That's not going to work for us. We don't want best fit. Do we want rich text? I don't think we need rich text. Okay, so that should be fine. Oh, I missed the. I don't, if you have him suicide and run at the same time, I totally missed that though. Does it? I feel like it would just act like he was gonna run and then he would just blow up. But yeah. So let's see. It's an interesting combination. Had not thought of that. Let's see. All right. Okay. So we have our chat, and I don't know. I guess we could try to find the character limit that really exists on here, which is kind of important. But really, I know. I'm curious. I'm just gonna do that same thing, and yeah, so he pretty much just blows up instantly. So that's one thing. I have key commands for everything, but the one thing you can't do with key commands is do two things at once. Like you could hit two keys, but it gets a little wonky. Text commands are a little more flexible in that way. Okay, so. So I think we're going to leave this at just kind of like, you know, we'll say if we have more than 5 lines, so it's going to keep the last 5 messages in chat always, which is kind of good. Well, I mean, so it shouldn't be all that different. Like the behavior should be relatively consistent. There could just be a slight delay in when things happen. Like there could be a frame delay or something like that. But the commands themselves should basically do the same thing. Yeah. So okay. So here's the other thing that I'm gonna do. So we can leave this for now. Like this will keep the last 5 lines, and we can just at least move on. Because the one thing I really want to do is do our follower list. And because the one thing that I've been looking at for a long time with Twitch stuff is follower notifications, and they're always done in a really kind of hacky way. I just don't like it. You always have to have like a website open, and and take the little screen of that website, and it's just kind of like I don't like it, and I would rather it be a part of this app. So I found recently a way to do that. So we're going to add that script into here right now. So let's go back over to Unity. We're just going to add a new script in here. Unity's chugging a little bit. There we go. Okay. So we're going to see scripts for, like, I guess we'll call this follower notify. This is a thing that's been really lacking for us. We have not had a follower notification ever, because every time I look into it, it looks like it's not a great deal, I don't think. By that I just mean I don't, at the cost of having another window open, another thing to stream, and it's just like, and it's something that I don't control. Like I can customize it to the degree that the person providing the notification will let me, and I don't know, I want to do everything myself basically. So so we're going to build it into here, and so the way that we do that is by using the let's see, it's actually just engine system connections. We're just going to read it directly from the web address, and so let's see, system.text regular expressions, getting those good old regular expressions going. Okay, so we're going to use all of these things. This one, the system.io, is going to be used for actually writing out to a text file. Because what we want to do, what I'm basically going to do is I am going to write this script that will, every 10 seconds, it will check it'll go to this web address that has our list of followers, and it will look for the latest one, and, or more accurately, it will look for the number after the last number that it checked, and then it will like find the name of that follower, and we'll put it on screen or do whatever we do. What I want to do is like kill Mike in a really ridiculous way, or have him do something. We might have like another clone pop up that has like a little name tag of that person's name, which would be super neat. But the bottom line is we just need to get that list of followers first. So what we're going to do with that is we are going to first, we're going to have a string for, well, yeah, just so I can really easily change it, or like what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this customizable and release this so that other people can use it when I'm done here, once I've made it useful enough to other people. And so this counted followers is what I was saying before, where it's not just going to look for the last follower, because it's going to check every 10 seconds, and theoretically we could get more than one follower in a 10-second period. I mean, that would be awesome if anybody wants to do that, test this out. Everybody follow at the same second. But so if we get more than one, we need to just keep track of what is the last one that we checked. And there are a bunch of other things, like we could theoretically in a 10-second period lose one follower and then gain another, and so we have the same number, so I have to make a check for that and all kinds of stuff. So it's really complicated to do certain things with it, and by that I just mean it's not a big deal. So what I'm going to do is, so here is the URL. Actually, let me do the full, I'll show you the full URL to do this. If we copy this, and Psydra Games, I believe, and then slash follows. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. Limit equals 1, direction ascending, and I believe the offset is after that. Yeah, and offset. Okay. And offset equals 0. So if you go to this web address, let me link it in chat real quick. Yeah. So if you go here, and you can substitute that channel name for any channel name. And what this is like some giant gross JSON text that lists a bunch of information. And the information right here that we did is, so the direction is ascending, and there are two different directions you can go. You can basically go through the list ascending. I think the default is actually descending because it tries to get the latest ones first. But I want to go ascending just because we need to check where we are and then look at the next follower. We don't want to really go backwards because that's just kind of a pain to deal with. So we're going to actually go through all of the followers ascending and keep track of which one we're at. And this even gives you the information if you look near the end of it, I think. Yeah, kind of on the second to last line, it actually has total is 187, so that is the total number of followers that we have right now. So we can just get that number and skip right to the end if we want. But what we really want to do is, what I'm going to do to start us off is actually go from the beginning and then iterate through that to check all of the followers. And so every 10 seconds it will just go through and find the next follower, if there is one, and that's one of the checks that we have to do here. So this begin URL, we need to split this URL up, because what I want to do is I want to create a function that will basically assemble that like a URL like that based on the input that I give it. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. So we're going to do the api.twitch.tv/kraken. For some reason, that's the thing that they give you. Okay, so that's the beginning of it. What I want to do after that is the name of the channel, and so that's why we have the channel name right up here. So so it'll be this begin URL and then the channel name after that, and then I guess I don't know what to call this one. I called it end URL before, but that's kind of a crappy name. What is it? So follows URL, because then we do /follows question mark, so direction again equals ascending and limit. So limit is basically it's the limit to how many users you want to get at a time. And so in this case we're just going one by one. So our limit's usually going to be 1, but because we're going to need to backtrack through a bunch of stuff, for instance, maybe we need to find the last 10 followers to check if all of those have already been accounted for. Because again, if we lose one follower and then gain another, then that last follower needs to be accounted for, and so we need to backtrack a little bit. And so my idea was just to do 10 at a time, so we'll check the last 10 again when we do this. And so the only way that we could that we would miss someone in this system is if we lost 10 followers within a 10-second period. So if we're losing followers at 1 follower every second, then we have a lot more problems than this Twitch bot. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But we're going to substitute in a number for that limit. And then what we're going to do is take a list of strings, and that's going to be the like all of the followers that we have accounted for. So they're going to be in a list, so we can access them individually if we need to. And again, I said that we were using that system.io for something, and so we're going to use a stream writer, and usually SW is just the kind of default thing that people make for that, and then SR for the reader. So what we do then is we first want to get our followers. If we have this text file that I talked about, maybe we'll wait on that for just a second, because what we want to do is we want to make this let's see. What we want to do is we want to find the last follower that we haven't accounted for yet. And again, we're starting at 0, so enumerator. So we're going to get latest follower, and that's not going to need any parameters. So what we do here, so this again, let's say we're reading from a web address. So follower web new www, and this takes just a web address. And so actually I'm glad I already got ahead of myself. So what we want to do is, I said before, we want to make a function that assembles this URL. And just to make this shut up, I can wait, whatever, that doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is make that thing. So we're going to create a function that returns a string. The string is going to be the full URL with the limit number that we talked about and the offset number. And so here, so we're going to say get follower URL, and that's going to take the integer for the limit that we want, and then an integer for the offset. So now based on this, so again, it's not returning anything yet, so it's complaining. We're just going to return right away. So I'm just going to use a string.concat just so I can pass all the things individually, and maybe it will totally make sense. So the reason that I use this begin URL and follows URL is because I just want to make this function call a little bit shorter. I don't want to have to write in all this stuff every time. So that means we just do begin URL, and so remember I said, so the begin URL goes to the channels first, so then we need the channel name after that. So we go right to channel name, and then let's see, so then we do follows URL there, and then this is the one part that we have to kind of manually type in the piece that we need, which is end offset equals, and then our offset. Now I think it will let me just do that, because it's just gonna, this offset is an integer, but I think it's gonna, since I'm using it in the string.concat, I think it will just automatically convert it to a string for me. If I need to, though, I can just use a toString and just do it that way, but I don't think I need to, so we're gonna leave it off for now because it looks a little cleaner like that. So so now that we have our function to get our URL, all we need to do is call that in here. So get follower URL. Yes. No, you're oh, I didn't do the also. So since this is the latest follower, then what we're going to do is use 1 for the limit, because we only want to get 1 follower at a time. And then we're going to do the offset, which actually, good thing, yes, so counted followers. That's why I did this. And we're going to say counted followers. So now, based on, I don't know, did I mess that up? People see that? Okay, so now based on these two, this limit and then the offset, I've completely assembled the URL that will return all the information that I'm looking for, which is the last, or I should say, the newest follower that we haven't counted yet. And so now we have that. So what we want to do is we have to return something. So anytime you're working with like web code and stuff like that, a lot of times it'll be threaded so that you can run your network code on another thread and it doesn't lock up your system until that network returns something. What we do in Unity, what we can do in Unity is use an IEnumerator for that, and that makes it, that allows us to kind of wait until this returns something, and then get our information that way. So what we can do is just do a yield return and follower web. So what this will do is this will wait. Every time it checks this IEnumerator, it's going to wait until we have something in our follower web, until this network has returned the information that we've been looking for. So then what we can do is we're going to make a string for the follower text. And all it's going to be is the follower web.text. And so this makes it really easy that this is just going to print out, or more accurately, it's going to store all of the text from that URL. So if you go to that URL that I put in chat, you will see that barf of JSON text that Twitch gives you, and we're going to store that all in our follower text. And so what we need to do now is actually parse that text and get the information out that we want. And we're going to do that with our good old regex, good old regular expressions. And so we're going to create a match for to get like the name of our new follower. And so we're going to do a new follower match equals regex dot match. We're going to take our follower text and luckily I already kind of looked up the pattern here that we need for this. And so what it is if you look at the if you look at that giant barf of text, what we want to get is the information that is basically around the username for this. And what that is we have to put this in here, unfortunately. So it's going to say, so these dots, for anyone not familiar with regular expressions, dots, the little period, basically substitutes for any character. And so the reason that I'm using them is just to say there's one character here, then it says user, then there's another character here, and we don't care what that character is because I can't use quotation marks. Because I have this this little set of Unicode character little thing. Hold on, someone is Skyping me. It might be now. Okay. So what we're going to do is, what we have here is this is going to say quote user quote, and then a little colon, curly bracket, and then the ID is going to be right here. And if you look at, you can kind of, if you want to match this up to the text that is in that web address, you'll see it has this pattern. And so this is what we're going to grab out of it. And then, of course, you would have to also be slightly familiar with regular expressions to understand what the hell is going on here with it. Dot name. Okay, so now we have quote name, quote, and then our colon for that, and then the name is going to be in quotes. And then what we want to do is we want to get a group out of this. So the way that you get, we have this whole string that I want to match. I want to say find this whole string in this giant, JSON gross text. I don't like JSON, if anyone is wondering. And then we want to match this whole text so that we make sure we're getting the correct information out of it. And we got a Mike dies. Ibuki 3D made a split decision. Get it? It's pun, because what happened was Mike died because he got split into pieces. It's a joke. Alex made it, I think, or maybe I did, but if I did, I'm not going to admit it. Let's see. AJ wants me to call him, so let's do that. Call. Okay. So we want to get a group out of this text.
This guy.
Oh, hey.
What up, buddy?
Oh, stuff and things, just showing the kids how you get follower notifications out of your Unity app.
What? Does it work?
Yes, it does. And, well, I mean, like the little test that I wrote earlier does.
I'm going to unfollow and then follow and see what happens.
It's a terrible idea.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Well, at least, so it's not up and running right now. I'm in the process of creating it. So you definitely don't want to do that yet.
Damn it.
So, and also it probably wouldn't do anything because once it counts you as a list of followers, you won't get like another notification for following. Unless it basically recreates the entire thing, and unless if you unfollow and it checks everything, and it notices that you have less followers than you did before, it's going to have to like recreate the follower list. So yeah, there are a bunch of weird exceptions that we have to make in here. But so I am parsing this text, this gross JSON text, to get the follower list.
Word.
So
I'm making borders.
Ooh. Let me know if you want to put dems up on strands.
Sure. I'll hold on.
Okay, so now that we have the rest of this, so we have like the quote name quote, and then colon, then quote, and then we have the person's name. So what we need to do with that is basically take all of the text inside of that for our group. And then that's going to be a quote and then a comma. And so basically what I tried to do with this was match everything that I possibly could around where the user's name is so that I would match that one specific piece of text. And inside a group of that regular expression, it will extract the user's name. And amazingly enough, it works. It looks goofy, especially if you don't know regular expressions, but it's legit.
It's legit.
It's totally legit. So what we need to do here is that now that we have two groups really. We have the first group is all of the text that it matched, which is like all of this, dot user dot and all that kind of shit. What we want to get out of that is the second group is the actual just the thing in the parentheses, which is just the username. And so if new followers match groups.count is greater than 1. So basically what this is asking is if you found anything inside of this text right here, inside of this group, because it might be empty, for all we know. If for some reason there was some weird error in Twitch's follower stuff. But we can pretty much safely assume that there's some kind of text in there. If it matched, basically if it found a match at all, because theoretically, if our offset for that URL is greater than a number of followers that we have, then you won't get any of that stuff. And so this kind of checks to see if you got anything. And if you have a second group, which is the username. So what we're going to do is we're going to print this out to our log as we are wont to do in Unity. And we're going to put the person's name on there. So new follower match groups groups 1, because of course 1 is the second group. That's called programming logic. And so counted followers, we're going to add 1 to our counted followers so that the next time we go to check this, it's going to set that offset that we get by, it's going to add 1 to that offset. So we start off with 0, which coincidentally is me. The first follower ever to this channel apparently was ifdogthen. And so it's going to show my name up there, and then it's going to add 1 because it found a follower. So it's going to say, okay, we found this follower. Let's print their name out, and then let's add 1 to our counted followers so that the next time that we do this check, we are going to check number 1, since we just checked number 0, which is me. And so
following yourself. Numbers are padded.
Myself. We got sock accounts here.
It's on a curve. Grading on a curve.
So, let's see. So now what we want to do is, did I not make this? I don't think I made this yet. So let's make this real quick. Because the one other thing that we want to do here is, so we've counted our followers, but we haven't really saved the list of, oh no, I did make it. Okay, so I was just being an asshole. So I did make this array of followers. And we're going to add, so this is ugly, so I'm just real quick, we're going to make a username string equals new follower match dot groups 1 dot value, so that we can just make this a little less hideous. Username, and then right here we're going to add username. Look at that. It's beautiful. Okay, so it's going to do this every 10 seconds as long as I get this all. All right. So what we want to do is do this every 10 seconds, and then just kind of iterate through, check the next one, check the next one, check the next one. So that's going to be a separate loop that we do also in iEnumerator. So let's make that one next, I guess. Let's do that. Let's make that one next. So iEnumerator check new followers, and so here what we want to do is I'm actually going to do a while loop in here, and it may look weird from if anyone has ever programmed an infinite loop, it looks like I'm doing something really, really stupid right now. But I assure you I never do anything stupid. So what we're going to do here is we're going to, inside of this loop, we're going to start our coroutine to get our new follower. So it's going to run through that text. It's going to check it for a new follower. I guess I don't know if I really need to do anything else with this. Like, if it doesn't find a new follower, it's not going to do any of this stuff, so it doesn't really matter. So it should just kind of exit the function quietly and pretend it never happened, and then do the same exact thing 10 seconds later. But we want to get notifications, in some kind of timely manner. We can make it. We can make this check as often as we want. Whoops. Wait 4 seconds. For instance, what we're going to do is that's going to be every 10 seconds. So every 10 seconds it's going to run this coroutine, which goes and gets that gross JSON text and parses through it, looks for a new user, for a new follower, and then it prints that follower to the screen, adds it to our list of followers that we have. So the next step is going to be to actually write the file out for saving that, so that, because the problem with the system as it is right now is that once we close down the application, it forgets everything that just happened and starts it all over again the next time you go, which obviously we don't want. We don't want to start from zero every time and like every 10 seconds show each one of our followers individually. Maybe we do want to do that one day, because I genuinely feel bad about not having this follower notification until this point, because let's see. Oh, Chris wants to be added up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let's see. Add people, Chris, and do it. Okay. Because we haven't had any kind of follower notification until this point, and so all of the people that have so kindly followed up till now have never received like that notification, never got a shout out. And maybe some people don't like it. I don't know. I would imagine that there exists some people that like don't want a shout out. They're like, dude, that's weird. But I feel like most people on Twitch seem to enjoy it. But maybe we'll make some kind of exception if you can do like a quiet follow and be like, hey, I'm gonna follow so that I get notifications when you guys stream, but let's pretend it never happened, kind of thing. That I respect that. You can do that if you want. But by default, we'll do this little shout out, because it's not going to be a normal like play an obnoxious sound and everybody dances around kind of like thing. What I want to do is have like a crazy mic death that goes along with it or something like that. AJ and I talked about like a clone that pops up that has like the name of the new follower,
And then they high five.
Yeah, something like that.
I want them to high five.
Martini39, I think that you are thinking of JavaScript or Unity's version of JavaScript. This is all in C#, so you do have to specify a type. C# is a very strongly typed language, and so you can't just say var. There are many other languages like Python. Oh, okay. So I see. You can just say var butts and then just say equals 10. So I'm not using that. So represents a 32-bit signed integer. Okay, so that can certainly get you into trouble if you use anything outside of a 32-bit signed integer. So I don't know, what would happen then if I did like a really long string that was, let's say, not a 32-bit signed integer? I don't know. That seems weird. That seems really easily broken to me. And because I know all of the I know what type of object that I want, I don't know why I would not bother specifying it. It seems weird to me. I write in Python a lot. In Python, you never specify types for anything. Python just decides what type your variable is when you do it. But you can definitely get into trouble by not typing your variables.
That's random.
Let's go back and change. Right. But I totally hear where you're coming from for that, and it's something that I definitely appreciate about Python, which is you can just change your type based on whatever you write in there, and nobody cares, and it's fine. But yes, because it is a layer of abstraction. But especially when you're making a video game, you don't really want that overhead and that abstraction, because if you are changing an integer to a float for some reason, first of all, you kind of have to have a really good reason to do that. And why would you have the same variable name for something that you're switching the type of? There are a whole bunch of other questions that would need to be answered to justify doing something that way. And so I'm pretty strict about what goes into this code, and so the idea of looking at a variable and not having any idea what type it is based on what's the last function that touched this variable depends on what type it is, that can definitely get you into trouble. And I would highly recommend typing things, if only for your own knowledge of your code base and what type of variable and what the value is of any variable at any given time. And if you can just change type on the fly, and you're in a game and you change, especially if you're going if you can accidentally change your integer to a string, then you have probably fucked something up. That's not a safe way to go. So I prefer safe and strongly rigidly typed, as opposed to the slight convenience that it would provide me to be able to change a variable type on the fly. But that's me. You do what you want. You do you.
Do you, boo-boo.
You do you. So let's see. Is anybody... Okay, AJ is up and sharing stuffs. So let's go ahead and add that. There we go. That was easy. Just checked a box, and you were there.
Yay!
Hooray.
I've got video going too, in case you want to see some teeth, but that's about it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, everything's up there. Okay, so actually, yeah, this is another reason that I did that log thing earlier, the chat log thing. I need to find a better way to do it, but until that time comes, I guess I'm just gonna have to add chat through this gross thing that I've been doing before.
What are you doing?
Just like adding chat through the Twitch. I don't know which one it's gonna try to grab. Select region. There we go. It got the right one. Whoops. Grab this little subregion and do it, and then let's toss it over there. That's good enough. Okay, so now I will have other ways to see chat than just bringing up the window every time.
That's nice.
Okay, so yeah, and that's why I want to put it into the bot, because that would be the easiest way. Okay, so now if we add this script, of course, what we have to do is start coroutine. Check new followers. That's the one. Check new followers. Okay, so this is going to check. Now when we start this up, it's going to check every 10 seconds for new followers. It's going to print them out to the log. And let's see, let's get our Unity back up. We don't need Mike Dies right now, as much as I love it. Come on.
Oh no, you're getting rid of Mike Dice?
No, the bot is still running. I just mean in the actual Unity project that I have right now.
Oh.
Follower notify. Okay. Channel name Psydra Games. Okay, so now we look in our little console right here. It's giving me shit about the line endings here. Let's fix that. Yes, go ahead and fix it. And go away. Okay.
Go away.
Followers
Bitch.
is never assigned to and will always have a default value of null. Yeah, that's true. Ain't that a bitch? Let's do that then. So real quick, it's complaining that I didn't actually define followers ever. New list string, make it. So there. Happy now? Happy now, Unity? Are you happy?
I don't think it is.
No, it's happy. It's happy. Okay. So here we go. We're just gonna run this. We got our follower notify up, and it should say new follower if dog then in theory. Oh shit! Oops. Well, it did say that, but I had it maximized, so it set it a little too. It set it in the little tiny window, not where we need to. Okay, so new follower if dog then. So that's me. It should bring up the next one in 10 seconds. We're in 5-ish now. I could make this go a little bit quicker. The problem is I don't want to call to Twitch like every second, you know? Like I don't want to over call Twitch, especially for tests like this. But they're probably used to it. And Boogie3D, you are the third follower.
Who's second?
No, you're the third.
I said who's second?
Oh, Silling Games?
That son of a bitch.
Yeah, you should find him.
I know. He's dead to me.
Master Team. So, okay, so anyway, as you can see, this is going one by one and finding from the very, very beginning of our follower list is finding everybody one by one. And so what I don't know is what happens when it gets to the end. So I want to make actually a little case that just for testing purposes, this would drive me fucking crazy, if I left it in, but for testing purposes, what I want to do is basically make a case that says we didn't find any new followers, basically.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sad day.
I know. I feel like somebody should follow us every 10 seconds, but you know, you can't have everything.
And it should also inform you that no new followers have happened.
What?
You should make it inform you. Be like, yo,
Every
nobody's...
10 seconds?
Every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Still nobody.
Like, do better.
Yeah, way to suck, buddy.
You're not good enough. Nobody likes you. That would be a great motivator, I think. I think that's...
To not suck?
I try to use that on Alex. I don't know if it works.
Of course it works. It always works.
That's why he's such a great designer, because I told him how terrible he was every day until he got better.
Negative reinforcement.
Dude, you suck.
Nobody will ever love you. Okay, so what I'm going to do, actually, is we're going to start... I think the last thing I saw said we had 187. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at 186. So we should count... It should look at the last follower that we got, and so we should see that person's name pop up, and then it should, after that, say that there are no new followers unless somebody follows right after that. Or somebody has already since the last time I checked it. Let's see. Oh, hey, no, I want you to run now. That would be great. It'd be great if you would do that for me. Lauren. So let's see. Yeah, I wonder if I can also get the total number of followers. There's Lucas64PB. And I actually what I would love to do, once this is done, I will start at 0 and we'll do a stream that like shows everybody. OxD code. Okay, so we apparently do have a few others since the last time I checked this. So yeah, OxD code, thanks for following, and Tina 2003. A lot of people do usernames for the year they were born, and man, that blows my mind. I don't think people were born after the year 2000. I just feel like it can't happen. Arch. Okay, we're still getting more. So Arch Mara, thanks for following, and Virtual Dropkick. That's a great name.
That's an amazing name.
Virtual,
I love him.
Lazarus Rock followed apparently today at some point. I don't know, probably during this stream. There we go. We got it. We got the no new followers. So after our 186, we had like 5 or 6 here, and then we got and then every 10 seconds we're getting our no new followers notification. So, all right, we're really we gotta do better, guys. We went a whole 20 seconds without a follower, so we pretty much failed.
Drawing as fast as I can. I don't know what else you want me to do.
Yeah. So, I mean, so this works. That's great, right? So this is all great. We got this all working out. Let's see. So we don't need for it to notify us. Shit, I wasn't showing the right screen. I hate when I do that. So here's our stuff. These are all the people. And then we got our no new followers notifications. Whoops. Whoopsie. Here's all our stuff. And so yeah, we went 40 seconds during that run without followers. So we gotta do better.
Are you gonna like inform us every time that happens? Like, hey, stop sucking. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, am I going to inform you every time that we have not received a new follower?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, probably. And just be like, every 10 seconds, it's going to play a little chime. Or, like, maybe we'll record somebody saying, like, you suck! Or find, like, a great...
Get Alex, he likes to do the voiceovers.
we should do it from, like, a movie clip or something like that. We need a good, like... We need a good like "You Suck" movie clip to play the audio for every time we don't get a follower.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Is there a "You Suck" in that?
Pretty sure there is. I don't know.
It
Maybe.
seems like a movie that would have it. Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Maybe. I fucking know.
Okay.
I've watched that movie anytime in the last decade. All right, I'm just gonna test this out. That looks like poop, but whatever. Fuck it.
It's like poop. Stop making stuff look like poop.
Cut me some slack. I just got off work.
Yeah, as a professional animator.
All I know.
Yeah, as in I don't draw. I don't fucking draw.
Well, you're a 3D generalist now, bitch. So
Yeah, now I'm a 2D
get on
generalist.
that. Yeah, that too. I'm sure. Texturing is still within the 3D realm. You still need the textures. Shit.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
It's the equivalent of making like a French chef make you like a sloppy Joe. It's still cooking, but it's a whole different realm.
It reminds me of the Mitch Hedberg joke. He was talking about how he's like people always want me to like do things that are related to comedy, but they're not comedy. He's like like people would be like write a script. Can you write me a script? Write me a script. And he's like, it's like if I was a chef and I worked my ass off to become a great chef, and then somebody said, okay, great, you can cook. Can you farm? like, no, that's not what I do. Fuck you, man.
exactly. It's fucking bullshit.
Let's see.
All right, so fuck me. This is in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I would get, man. For as many, anytime I go home and shit, there's always one person. It's like, hey, you're an animator, right? Can you draw me up this tattoo?
I've had that so many times.
No, I can't fucking draw you a
I
tattoo,
can't
man.
draw.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Like that's my wife is the concept artist. Don't ask me to do shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And they're baffled. They're like, but you draw every day, and I'm like, no, I haven't picked up a pencil in fucking like 10 years. more of a puppeteer than anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I am, a digital puppeteer.
Yeah.
Okay, so next step in this is we're going to write out our text file, which is going to contain all of our followers.
Oh my god.
Hey, that's enough of that.
Yeah, you want to stop that, Chris? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Fuck. Look, I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Of drawing up people's tattoos.
Yeah. Well, no, it's funny because I got the same thing. I posted that blog that I linked you to. I posted on Reddit, and and one of the this is great. I'm gonna look this up right now. One of the comments, it like asks about like log files. They're like, oh, so I'm getting all of these MSI.log files from Visual Studio, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I'm working in a Unity game right now in Visual Studio, but that's about. My guess is because I specified that I worked at Microsoft. They were like, oh well, it's like the Alex thing where he's like, oh, fix my Skype.
Yeah.
Can you fix my Skype tomorrow morning when you go in?
I didn't even know that Skype was owned by Microsoft until you mentioned that. I had no idea. I thought Skype was like its own thing.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, it was, yeah. It's not out that way. Okay, so let's write our text file. Let's do that.
Do that. I'm a do that.
I'm gonna do that. Okay, so we got our stream right on our stream reader. What we need is a text file that says all of this stuff that we want to do. And so, we need the actual text file. So what I'm going to do is just have a string for, let's see, what do we want to call it? I guess I'm just going to call it text file name. That's kind of a shitty whatever, but,
God.
let's call it test text.text.
Text.
Because what I'm going to do, because I need to check one thing, which is I want to see if you can. The problem with the stream writer is that you don't get results in the actual text file until you go to close it. Until you go to close the writer, and so that kind of creates this little problem where if the game crashes or this bot crashes, then you will not get those updates that you just wrote to. And so what I assume that I need to do is basically write to the text file, close it immediately, and then open it the next time I need to write to it. Which seems a little goofy to me, but it seems like it should work. Let's test. I'm always nervous now. There we go. Oh, we got a drill.
Somebody drilled?
I did.
Oh.
Because I'm always, since the first time I ran this bot, it disconnected because it wasn't pinging Twitch back. I'm always nervous that it's just not working anymore, and so every once in a while I'll just do something. Okay, so let's do our little test here for writing to this file. Super easy to do. All I really need to do I want to check if the file exists. So file.exits, text file name. Ooh, I didn't need to put that in a string. Text file name. So if it already exists, what we want to do is we want to read from it, and so that's where our stream reader comes in. New stream reader, and then we're going to do text file name. And then what we want to do is school end of file. So basically, what I want to do is just read every line of this file and go line by line, add to our list of followers when we go through this, and also add our counted followers. Boolean to file equals false. Alright, yeah. I'm going to say while not end of file, and we're going to say followers dot add. Wait a second. Did I do string? So this line equals, what is it? sr dot read line. If this line, I can do string is null or empty, string dot is null or empty.
Awesome.
This line, then end of file equals true, and otherwise, if that is not the case, then we can add it to our list of followers. This line. So that's gonna read our file, but of course we know that this doesn't exist yet because we haven't run this at all. We haven't created this file. So what we do in that case is I am just going to write to it. New stream writer, text file name, and sw.write line test. Okay, so I'm gonna write test to this, and the problem here's what I was talking about before is I immediately have to close it because otherwise I will not. I'm gonna put this under. Let's put that where it belongs.
Hey, calm down.
Yeah. Okay, so if I don't close this, it will never actually save the file. And actually, I don't know if there's another thing to do. There's no save or anything like that. Can I just... Oh, there's an auto flush that you can do. So maybe, actually, yeah, you know what? You are absolutely right. If I set that to auto flush, which I think is that correct? Auto flush should be a boolean. Yeah. So if I set that to true, I should be able to. It should automatically do this, so I won't have to close it. You are absolutely right. Thank you, Gotar. Gotar. I don't know how to say that. It looks
Gotar.
It looks like Gotar, which
It's
sounds. Is that like a He-Man villain? Or something like that. That's what it sounds like.
Skeletor.
Skeletor and Gotar.
Together at last.
And what is up at Nordkim? A Nordkim? We got some names that I cannot even start to pronounce today. So yes, I believe the auto flush will do. Gotar's is 8. I'm assuming that's supposed to be right. Gotar's right. So yes,
all right.
We got Gotar. Got Gotar up in this chat. Okay, so the auto flush should theoretically, every time I write to this, should not have to close it, which is wonderful. So let's give that a nice little test.
Before you do that, or actually, I guess while you're doing that, you want to check this out?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I want to see where this file ends up. It should just end up in the root folder. Yes, there it is. Okay. And it looks like it did write. Yeah, it did write to that thing. So the auto flush seems to have worked. Fan-friggin-tastic. Alright, so yeah, let me make you big if you want to show something off.
Oh, sure. Let me
make you big.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just creating a quick spotlight, but I wanted to show you just like what it would. This is. I thought I had more time.
No time. Everything is instant.
Sorry, bro. So anyway, so here's the. I tried a couple of different tactics with these. This one here, this bottom one.
You get another little bevel in there in that little three indent one.
Yeah. Well, it's got
that.
kind of a cool. Yeah, I put in a secondary bevel in there just for lighting, just so it kind of looks cool. Which I actually need to put into the like you can't really see it in here, but the point is that and this is also for Chris, is this one here, this bottom one, I made like really precise. See how this one is like super precise over here? Mm-hmm. That's the far left, and then this one here I made like really loose, so you can see it here. It's like super loose. And then this one here I made in about 8 seconds. And that one like just has those extra shadows up here, and it's literally just like about as loose as you can get. And honestly, I think that somewhere like all 3 of them are okay. This one I think is pretty cool. This one I think probably looks the best, but it doesn't have as many indents and shit. But also, I haven't added in like if I were to put in, for example, some let's do. So I just put this. If I were to put in something like these. You know what I mean? So if I put in something along those lines, then
is that like bolts or something like that?
Yeah, I mean just like throwing out ideas here. But if I do that, put those on the texture, and then let me pull it up and.
What's up, Paramavir? What do you guys just hate me? Do you or do you just love trying to make me pronounce shit that I can't pronounce, because that's what it feels like tonight. Feels like it's a night of like I'm people are just making making Twitch names, being like, Joe's never gonna be able to pronounce this one. I guarantee you, it's gonna be hilarious.
Oh, why? Oh, god damn it! That's why. Fucking. There we go. Sorry, it didn't actually like save out.
Zerkay says yes.
Yes.
And then he's gonna tell me, actually, it's Zerkai, jackass.
Right.
Actually, it's Mitch. Spell it weird.
Oh wow, that looks really dumb. Actually, those bolts didn't come out as all. I guess
because they're stretched, right?
Yeah, I got a little bit of stretching there for some reason.
Shrink the thing down.
It's in the UVs.
Right, but if you shrink the actual mesh, shouldn't that still map out correctly?
Yeah, it would, but I mean, obviously, I'd want to do it correctly. And the best way to do that is
do things correctly.
Sorry, bro. So if I were to grab like this guy here, this is where the mesh actually is.
Oh, so are you gonna take the little strip in there as its like separate little piece kind of thing?
Actually, I would probably have to put something in there. Fuck, man, I suck. The
I
thing.
don't know why you why don't you make you see how the ratio looks there, and it looks good. I think having that ratio for the object itself is fine. I don't see what's wrong with that.
I'll put something in there, but you can see it in this one too. This one is actually pretty well done. But the point is that like they're really loose, but they still look kind of cool, especially when they're going to be this big on screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're literally going to be that big on screen. So, like, if I were to, duplicate them, for example, and put them, I think it's like here is about right. So, it's going to be something along these lines. These are the window ones.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, let me see how it looks.
Reference exception. It's line 34. Okay.
Oh wow, they actually tell.
Like line 34 of my shit.
Call it a bitch.
A bitch. Let's look at this. What's line 34? Line 34 says add this line. Okay, so let me get this straight, Unity. I specifically do a check to see if the string is null or empty, and if it's not, I print it out. But that is when... Oh no, the followers thing's... Okay. I was gonna say, that would be fucked up. I specifically check if it's null, but it's telling me I think that this followers is null, because I'm an idiot and I initialized the followers down here. So that was my bad. At a moment of hubris.
And you're blaming Unity. What is...
I know.
Is this world coming to?
Blaming Unity for my problems.
Like it's ever Unity's fault.
Threading is Unity's fault. I have a problem with that.
At all times.
Let's see. So do the thing now, please. Okay. IO exception. So it printed out test, which was the first line of our text file, but then I got an IO exception right after that. It says sharing violation on path. Let's see. What is your problem? Line 40. Let's see. Okay, so let's see what line 40 is. That seems to be an issue. Oh, okay, I see. So, file exists. Oh, okay, so basically I tried to write to it like twice, because I'm a jerk. I'm a fucking jerk ass over here trying to read a file and then write to it immediately afterward.
Oh snap!
Because there already exists a stream reader.
So Joe, here you go. That's using 3 different beams to create a base panel, like at where the wall meets his feet area. So that would be these guys, and then like a window area. And again, this window is 100% customizable on size, so we can make it as big as we want. So, like that.
That is pretty sweet.
So that's like, we can make it as big as we want, we can make it as small as we want. We can also put them together like this. So if we wanted to do something
I'm
else.
still running this. So we're gonna show Lauren and Lucas all up in her. Okay, so this works. That's the moral of this story.
Anyway, I'm going to throw these into Unity now.
Sweet. I'll see that. Okay, so we know that our text file is working. I can read from that file. And what I want to do is actually write to it. So, actually, I'm kind of wondering if it's... I wonder if this was the problem. So if I can't have a stream reader and a stream writer open at the same time, then I don't know if that would be a problem. But if it is, then I would definitely have to close the writer anytime I wanted to read from it. Yeah, it's definitely giving me a problem on that.
Call it a bitch.
It's like, hey, bro, you cannot open a stream writer and a stream reader on the same file. Don't be a jerk ass.
Jerk ass.
Get off.
Surly bus driver.
Okay, so we can't do that. So let's just not. Let's just not do it.
Don't do it. Chris, I'm gonna call these beams that like something very generic, just maybe TP beam.
Oh.
Actually, no, wait, we've already got beams.
Oh yeah, like turret beams and.
Yeah, shit.
Oh, just call it like
Metal beam.
Call it, yeah, Met Beam.
Met beam.
Just do Met Beam 1, 2, and 3, or.
Yeah, well, I've got 3 of them, so I'll do TP Met Beam 01, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not super gonna worry about checking for the file existing at first. What we're gonna do is what we're really interested in is writing to it, and so what we're going to do is for this check new followers, we want to start writing to this file, and actually that reminds me. Let's do a test real quick on the reading and writing thing, because what I wonder is if we can write to this file and then close this writer, and then stream reader text file name nsr.read. So if this gives me any problems, then we're gonna have to do a whole new thing. But let's say it doesn't, and if it does, let's pretend it doesn't, and then everything will be fine. And Unity is taking longer to compile my shit than normal.
I literally just touched one of my monitors with my Cintiq pen, thinking it was going to do something.
84. What? It read 84 from the.
I'm going to kill Mike.
Do it.
Do it.
How do you do it?
Mike dies.
Hashtag Mike dies.
And then you type something, or just random?
Oh shit! It's so if you don't type anything, it's random. If you can add a command anywhere after that to do a really specific death.
You just hit a space?
Yeah, so like, you don't even need a space.
Oh.
Because all it does is it matches the hashtag Mike dies and then matches asteroid, drill, all that kind of shit.
I wonder which one I got. I got freeze.
You got freeze. Freeze is a good one. Freeze is best when he is. It's hard not to spoil it when because I see it before everyone else.
Wait, does Mike Die's meatball even do anything?
Well, technically, because you didn't enter in any other valid command, it does a random one.
Oh, that's cool.
What?
Hey, does well, no, dude, that one's called
Meatball isn't a command. It's called asteroid.
Asteroid.
Get your head out of your ass,
Dumbass.
The fucking message says meatball at the end now.
Yeah, well, the other one says
that's
Mike.
That's just our joke. If you read our FAQ, it says all of the valid commands.
Where's that? I don't even know where that's at.
It's at the bottom of the page. Oh my god.
I never scroll on this page.
Look at this fucking Twitch nub over here.
Oh
Doesn't even know where our FAQ is.
Yeah, I don't fuck with it.
Alright, Mike.
Oh, okay. It's not a link. It's just a thing.
Yeah, it lists all of the commands.
Ah.
Okay.
Wait, is the special one in there?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm doing it.
Nobody else knows about that yet. Is Kyle in? I think Kyle.
Let me make sure
is
neither
watching.
one of them is in.
No, I think Kyle is, and Kyle can know. That's fine.
Okay.
I want. There it is. Okay, because I want Alex to be on stream when he sees that for the first time, because that would be hilarious.
My favorite.
And since it's 10:20 here, that means that it's 3:50 to him. So I don't think that he is.
Oh, that's funny. I forgot about this.
So Alex is no fun is a secret command that you can use for Mike dies, and it changes the camera into perspective mode and gives you this crazy like little view on him. So you will actually see if like an asteroid comes or a turret comes, you'll notice that. Yeah, there you go. You'll notice that it rolls behind him, and that was awesome. It resets after the death, so you would have to do it every time. Because I don't want it to constantly be there until you type another command.
Right.
So after the death, it will do that. But you'll notice everything comes behind him because every piece of Mike is raycasting back to that plane behind him, and that's how we're detecting collisions.
Oh my god, the drill got him too.
The drill went straight through down the middle. It's pretty awesome.
Oh, it's so good.
So the Alex is no fun command was I think the reason that I specifically made it that is that it was a reference to all of the perspective, like the crazy perspective stuff that we're talking about.
Right.
And because the last thing that when we had talked about doing different perspectives and everything, Alex was really excited. He was like, "Oh, this looks really cool." And then like right before he went to bed the other night, he was like, "Guys, I don't know. We should talk about this before we do it, and it might I don't want to confuse the player or blah blah blah." And so I just wrote, "Alex is no fun." So yeah, it's a good command. I didn't write it in the FAQ because it's secret, at least until Alex sees it.
And then it's open to the world.
Yeah, then we might add it to the FAQ.
And the fact that
not that Alex is going to read our FAQ anytime soon, I would imagine.
You should make that one specifically #Alex is no fun.
That's true. Let's do that now. Let's get into our Mike dies and show you how this is. So this is all how you interact with Mike dies, and so you need to have this #Mike dies. If you do that, then we check for all of these different commands that you can do for Mike dies, and the last one, of course, being Alex is no fun,
which is a fact, by the way.
So here's the question though. Here's what I wasn't sure about this because I did think about this. But if we do #Alex is no fun, do you also have to do #Mike dies? Or should you just be able to type #Alex is no fun?
I think you should just be able to type hashtag Alex is no fun.
Okay.
Because that's just, that's just too good.
Yeah. Like on its own, it's
yeah,
really good.
like it doesn't need any kind of build up on that one.
Okay, so we're just going to do this then. So this is now outside of the hashtag Mike dies. So now we can just say, okay, if message contains Mike dies, then do this. But you can do hashtag Alex is no fun completely on its own, and let me add the little hashtag in there.
I really hope Kyle's watching right now.
I think he is, or at least he showed up in the viewer list at some point. So yeah, you can just do hashtag Alex is no fun. And man, we're gonna have to like go through. We're gonna have to go through like our streams, because one of the viewers actually like coined that when Alex said something.
Shit, I know. I keep. If he popped up, I know who it was. Because that guy was hilarious.
Yeah. Okay, so we're good on there.
There he is. What's up, Kyle?
So yeah, once I do a new build of this, you'll be able to just type hashtag Alex is no fun.
If you really want to piss him off, make one for like Kyle is loads of fun.
It's like Kyle is the best,
Exactly.
and then Alex is no fun.
With like
Oh
misspelled.
damn!
Wait,
that was an epic combo, and it even because the text is actually a text mesh. It even like puts the text in perspective mode. It's pretty great.
I'm gonna try and get him to jump over the fucking the meatball. I love trying to get him to do that.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this test real quick while crazy things are happening to Mike. Yeah, do you see the when it comes up on the stream? Look at how crazy the little particle effects. They like fade out until it gets close to the chroma key.
Oh really?
Yeah, looks weird.
Oh, for the hover?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's cool.
Just
That actually looks
their-
really awesome. Actually, that looks. Yes, I cleared it.
I know. It was it took everything in me to not spoil that. I was like,
Oh
oh
my
shit!
God.
oh shit, man! AJ's like stream is like 5 seconds later than mine even.
Oh, let me see if I can clear it again. Let's go for 2 for 2.
So anyway, trying to focus here. Let
Sorry,
me
buddy.
add my units. No, it's good. I want crazy shit to be happening with that, but I don't want to just sit here and do it all myself. Oh shit!
Oh, please tell me I made it. Yes! Oh, I got it cleared again!
Dude, 2 hovers in a row right over that asteroid. That's amazing.
Oh, no, Kyle's
You get
gonna
one
get
more
it.
bite. Oh, damn! That was perfect. That was fucking awesome death.
Yeah.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Forked them in the butt and then re-forked them. So,
All right, so let's see what this does. This
I cleared it
should-
twice though. I'm excited. I'm
yeah.
pumped.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like this is fine. Looks like this went fine. So I was able to open a stream writer to write to a file, open a stream reader to read from it after I closed the first one. So let's see, or the reverse order. So yeah, I wrote to this, and then I read from it immediately afterward, immediately after closing this. And so just to completely test this, if I comment out this clothesline, then what should happen here is I should get an error saying like, hey, motherfucker, you can't do that. That's not allowed. Don't try to play me like that. Yep,
Bro.
there it is. Whoops.
Whoops.
So yeah, this is giving me an IO exception because I'm trying to read and write at the same time, basically. I opened a writer and a reader. So that means that whenever we go to read from this file, we have to close the writer, which isn't my favorite thing. That was awesome. That was a good death. Okay, so let's see.
Oh, I just see him running around right now. Okay, so... Oh, there he goes.
Give it their chance.
We should probably let everybody know that you can... Anybody can do this, by the way. If you just type in there, Mike dies, and then anything from the FAQ, you can kill him.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely encourage people to do that. If you look at the FAQ, that will give you all of the commands. But if you just type in hashtag Mike dies, it'll do something random, or you can specify a specific thing that you want to happen to Mike or for Mike to do.
Oh, sweet. Virtual dropkick.
Yep. Actually, I missed the live one on my thing, so I'm watching the stream part of it right now. Oh, yep. And it says virtual dropkick made Mike too sad to go on, but you can't see the very end of that. I need to fix the text so that you can see the whole thing.
That titles.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so what are we doing right here?
Oh, I am creating a material.
Not you.
Oh, fine. Fuck you.
I don't give a shit what you're doing.
It is like making things.
This is weird that the sr.read seems to return... Oh yeah, it does. It returns an integer. That's really unhelpful. Read line hopefully returns a string? Okay, yeah. Read line returns a string. Okay. Read line... Okay.
What do I want to make? I don't want to.
So... alright. So let's see. What we want to do is we want to read through our text file of all of our followers so far, but really what we should be doing first is I'm going to just get all of this shit out of here for now, and what we're going to do is we're going to just open up a stream writer on this text file, and Rev08087, what up? He says he's new here, so welcome. Type in hashtag Mike dies and you will see crazy shit happen on the screen. That is one thing we were working on here. Yep. So the short answer is right now I am currently working on this little guy that you see down here in the middle of the screen to my left. This is a Twitch bot, and he will respond to your hashtag Mike dies chat messages. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm adding a Twitch follower notification to this bot. So not only will he respond to chat messages, but we will pop up messages and stuff like that when we get new followers. So what you are seeing on the smaller screen right now in there is our full game, which is a puzzle platformer, which is a 2.5D Metroidvania puzzle platformer with dynamic deaths / whatever our FAQ says. It's like almost exactly that.
I can show like just running through the demo.
Yeah, absolutely, do it. So this is the game that we're working on right now. But yeah, so I'm working on this little Twitch bot guy, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play with. So the reason that this Twitch bot exists is because this game has really, really dynamic, interesting deaths, and so we want people to be able to see them at any time. And so I created this little Twitch bot, which is a single instance of our character whose name is Spaceman Mike. And you can just make him die in different ways to kind of show off how that system works and what you can expect to see in this game. AJ is also really bad at this game, so you're going to see a lot of deaths happen that way.
I'm actually, those ones I wanted to do on purpose because I wanted to see what would happen.
Yeah, if you go like in the middle of those two pieces.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Ah, shit, I haven't updated.
You're going to, oh man, that was so close.
I haven't updated the newest version, so this has this stuff in this level, which is like...
Oh, yeah.
It's got some of the stuff, but it's...
Yeah, those barons are super cool.
Yeah, I gotta get more in there. I put in a couple more around, but I need to work on just some of the level design.
Hey, AJ, could you make this look more like Skyrim?
Of course.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Hit the Skyrim button.
Okay, so anyway,
Should make a teleportal patch for Skyrim.
To make it fun.
What's that?
Fucking your hatred for Skyrim is astounding.
Oh,
I cut off his feet.
It disappointed me so many times.
Dude, you should see that death.
I've tried to give Skyrim so many chances.
Actually, I love it. I love this level for deaths, so I'm just gonna start it over.
Okay, so when we check new followers, we're gonna make sure we have our stream writer open. So the first thing I'm gonna do, yes, Rev087. Both of our artists right now are in voice chat, and one of them is the little screen that you see there, who is who is currently dying in the game. Okay, so here's our stream writer, and then we are going to, in our little get latest follower right here, if we find a new follower, then we want to add it. So we're already adding it to our list of followers, but what we want to do is also write it to the file. So if we do sw.writeLine username, that's it. It's so easy.
Oh shit!
So I'm going to do this auto flush to make sure that that goes through.
Dude, Alex is a dick.
Did you just now discover that?
No, that last level was just like such a douche move.
Okay, so what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to test this out by going through our followers once again, one by one. Every 10 seconds, it's going to populate a new list of new one of our followers. And whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I have two Unity icons on my taskbar now because the bot is like a build of a Unity game, and so by default it has the Unity icon.
Oh, Joe, it's the drill level.
Yes, the drill. You die. You gotta die on this one. You got
Bitch! Yo, come at me, bro!
So good.
Come at me!
Try to be running as it hits you.
Oh, I took off just his head! I took off just his hair.
Okay, so here's our Unity console. Alright, so we're just gonna hit play on this. We're gonna check our console. It should be so here's new follower if dog then, which is me. I was the first ever follower of this channel. So here's our new follower. So now what we should be doing is every time that we get this, this message, we should be adding a line to our text file.
Hold on, I gotta do this just to piss off Alex. I gotta save the clone.
Yeah, he hates that.
I know he does, but there's a way to save this clone. You are safe, sir.
You saved him?
Well, in that last level, you can. God, that's so gross. You can. Dude, his head disintegrated and only the hair went on there.
That's the thing I've been worried about, because we have a limit. So with unstable energy, if a piece of you hits unstable energy 5 times, we just kill it. And that can cause problems.
Seems like it.
Okay, so
All right,
now
I'm gonna get back to arting.
Art more of the game.
Cars, Jesus, cars.
Rev 087 says the character really looks like me.
It's Mike.
It's not me. When we first got this character, oh, it did. I mean, we have different color hair. But no, it's actually, so the character was done by another artist that Alex knew, and he did this concept for it, and it ended up looking like exactly like Alex's, who's the lead designer. It ended up looking exactly like his uncle, whose name is Mike, and so we named the character Spaceman Mike, kind of in honor of that. So let's see. Do I have the bot? Okay, I do have the bot when I make Skype's big. Make does, but I gotta make that bigger.
What the fuck?
There we go. Okay, so we have all of our follower little notifications here. So what I want to do with this now is I want to make sure it's writing to our text file properly. There goes Tegan. And so, yes, it is indeed writing that to our text file. So now that we have this text file that has all of this information, what we want to do is make sure that next time we go through this, we actually read those. We read all those names off. We count the number of followers that is, and we skip to that number and then continue on from there. And so let's try that out now.
Oops.
Okay, so now that we've done our test with writing this thing, what we're going to do is we're going to finally come back to this. We're just not going to do anything if it doesn't have the file. Okay, so I don't think we need this stuff. And sorry, reader. Okay, so we have our followers in our list here. The first thing we want to do, and I'm even gonna not run this coroutine right now. I'm just gonna focus on getting this text to read. And so we have this new stream reader, which is gonna read our text file. We're gonna one by one go through each line in that, add that as a follower, and we're also going to iterate our counted followers. So counted followers plus right there. Where's it going?
What's going on?
Heather took Tegan out, but like they went through the back and then went out the driveway after that. I don't know what they're doing. It's craziness.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
So let's see if this now works. Once we get to the end of this file, we can say, do I need to close the, yeah, let's just close the reader. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so right now, if this all works, what this is going to do is run through the text file, take each line, and grab that as a new follower that we have. I may need to. Oh no, it's read line, so never mind. I always worry about when I write in Python. A lot of time, when you do a read line, it'll include the new line character, which fucks up everything. So we are indeed getting all of the followers that we counted in our text file, and so then what we gonna do is I'm gonna test this to see if now I run this coroutine. So now that we have all of our current followers that we've counted already in the bot, are in this text file, and then we're going to continue on from wherever we left off with counted followers, and it's going to get the latest follower, which just uses that counted followers variable. So it's automatically, like, I don't even have to change anything about how this works. It's just automatically, because we're using that same variable for the counted followers, it's going to pick up where we left off. And so, yeah, it's pretty neat. And so now when we run this, we shouldn't see, like, we'll start off not seeing, like, we'll still print out all of these names, but then after that, what's going to happen is we're going to see the new follower notifications after that. So everyone that we haven't already counted is going to show up there. So I think that that's just ready to go now. It seems like that was too easy, which is either the sign that you made a really good system or that you forgot something and fucked it up. So let's find out which one it was. Oh, well, the one thing I wanted to write. Okay. Let's not even worry about it. Let's just go. Just gonna do it. Don't worry about anything.
I don't even care about it, bro.
Okay, so here are all the followers that we already counted, and we got our new follower notification after that. So the thing that I really want to check now is if 2D Heroes, he was like follower number 10-ish.
2D Heroes is great.
Yeah. Trent Sterling right after him.
Probably seconds.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting all of these followers that we haven't counted before. So now I'm going to stop this because what I want to do is I want to check if we are adding to this file or if I wrote over that file. I think that I wrote over the file, and I certainly did. Okay, so what we need to do is open the writer then and write all of the lines that we had previously done, unless there's some way to open a writer that appends to a file instead of overwriting it, which there probably is. So let's just look that up real quick. So C# IO stream writer append. That should give me some. Let's see, append text. Oh, so you don't even write line, you just do append text? That seems weird. But let's see. I don't know. So if I now go to, if I do instead of this, I do sw.append. No, see, that doesn't work. You lied to me. And I'm not gonna forget that.
Don't stand for it, Joe.
Append text. So what am I missing here? There was some file.append text. Let's see. Stream writer.
I'm missing one. What the hell?
Text to add. Oh, the stream writer. Okay, so there's a second, when you open a stream writer, there's a second variable. Yeah, Rev087. It does. Oh shit! I missed his Mike Dice teleportal.
I missed it too.
Oh no! Did we get to see it? Anyway, so yes, write line does append with a line, but the problem is that when you open a stream writer, it seems to just wipe the file clean, and so every time you do a write line after that, yeah, it's appending to it, but the initial starting up of the writer clears out the file. It just dumps everything. And we don't want that. And so what I'm going to do is we have this option. Unfortunately, you can't see overlays because it's dumb. But there are, yes, bool append. Fuck yeah. Great. Okay, so, however, now that I fucked up the file, we're going to have to just delete it. Okay. I wonder what happens if you try to append to a file that doesn't exist. Let's see if it gives us. See if it gives us any shit. Compile my shit, Unity. Okay. So I opened a file for append that didn't exist. So it looks like it did give me an error though. So it seems to be fine. It seems like you can do that. And so the append boolean seems to just say, hey, if this file exists, we're not going to flush out, we're not going to dump all the contents of the file. I'm just going to write to it. But if the file doesn't exist, then it just creates a new file, and it's fine. It doesn't give me any shit for that. So that's good. So we're going to let this go to number 4. There we go. So we got our first 4 followers, 2 of which are myself and AJ. So
yeah,
they don't really count.
Hey, fuck you.
Because nobody cares about AJ, so it's like we got 3 followers and one of them was me. So, anyways, so what we want to test now is we should have our file that has all of our text. We have our first 4 followers, and then that's going to be another interesting one. I wonder if it's going to basically leave a blank line somewhere in there, because that would definitely end the file thing and the file reading. So let's find out. Okay, so now when I run this again, it's going to read all of the names that I already had, and then it's going to add all of the new followers that we have not counted yet in this thing. So run this again, and let's see. We only care about the console right now. Here we go. New follower Habs1. So let's wait for 2D Heroes and Trent Sterling to show up. So Rev087 says, is the running bot running with a transparent background, or you're doing some streaming app green screen voodoo? The latter. Yes, it is.
It is voodoo.
It's voodoo. I'm using some voodoo. I'm using some chroma key voodoo. Yeah, I'm obsessed with chroma keying stuff out. I wish that I had a flat wall behind me that I could chroma key out so that I would not be in a box. You know, I don't like being in a box, and so
He's not lying, Chris. He's like fucking chroma key, like he's just obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Fucking screen, yeah.
So yeah, it's running in a box that I have chroma keyed out, and if you do Mike Dye's hover, you will see the weird. Oh, we got Trent Sterling, so we're gonna get that up. You'll see how his particles kind of fade into a bluish hue and then disappear, because that blue is the background to the actual game. It's actually the same exact background that you see right here. This is the background for the app itself. So if you're talking about running, that's not to say, Rev, I don't want to crush your dreams, and so
he does. He's lying.
That's not to say, no, not if he wants to remake Clippy. Then his dreams have my full support. So that is a thing that you certainly can do, but because Unity, this is in Unity, and Unity just loads a window, and that window is like a rectangle that is being rendered. And so if you need to do something that is not a window, then there are different libraries to do. Like, you basically need a kind of widget. I wouldn't think of it as you want to take this window and have a transparent background. It's not really what you want to do. You want to have like a totally separate kind of widget-like thing, which is doable. I've never done it before, but I know that you can. It is possible to do. I don't know any common like libraries for things to do, because most people don't do it. But yeah, it's definitely a thing you can do. So you go out and follow your dreams. Make Clippy and send it to me when you're done.
I don't know what's going on, but I support this.
Yep. Clippy times. Okay, so let's check our file again. We need to check it for 2 things, and unfortunately it's not on stream. Yeah, I don't know if it's called widget, but it would be something like that, where it's not a window. Anything that creates a window, which is most like any kind of game system, like it creates a window, and so you don't want any of that. You need something that would be probably called a widget, or you could probably find it through searching for how do I make a Windows widget or something like that. Okay, so let me see. I can put my monitor over here. There we go. I'm just going to add our mic dies to this. Window capture, mic dies, teleportal, inner window, color key, select, do it. Okay, sweet. Edit scene. Alright, so we got my... So anyway, I did that whole thing just so I could show you this text. So here's the list of all of our followers. Sorry, not all of them. We have more than 11, thankfully. So
you say.
So I don't have to kill myself because we have more than 11 followers. This is the first 11. Yeah, well, we'll get some Twitch bots going with that, and everyone will love it. So this is the first 11 followers that we've counted, and we stopped it, I think, right after Master TNT. It was either Master TNT or Habs 1. So we stopped it there, and then when we continued, it didn't leave a blank space or anything like that. So that's fantastic. So this is working exactly like we want it to, which is great. So now what we got to do is, let's go back over to codes here. So it shows AJ. Has a sweet run he's doing there. When I was making this Twitch thing, I was so worried about having to override the keyboard controls for making him automatically run back and forth between 2 points, but it ended up being surprisingly easy, which is really relieving. I just thought I was gonna fucking try to work on this goddamn bot for weeks, but got it up and running, and it's pretty fantastic. Okay, so what do we need to do now? Now we need to, well, what I'd like to do is have a special, like, animation or some type of death that's like displays, like, here, there's this new follower. What we can do in the meantime is I just want to put up some text, and we'll just like put up a little like text. It's going to be inside of this overlay that we have right now for Mike Dies. Oh yeah, and we have our chat as well. So what I'm going to do is actually create a prefab for GUI text that displays some stuff.
Son of a bitch.
So we're going to create another text thingy. Can you see this? No, it's not. Okay, so the UI. There we go. UI text. So here's some more text that we're going to put on the screen. And this one, I guess we'll keep it like kind of centered, right? I should probably just undo what I just did there because we want it centered. Can I do it? Yeah. Let's make it 400. Let's do 350. So it never overlays with the chat. New Tony liked the asteroid. He was able to just hurl at Mike. Sorry, the meatball. Okay, so and so just followed. I'm gonna use that as our temporary text. We're gonna use our classic White Rabbit font because it is like public domain or whatever. Okay, so let's see how ridiculous does that look? That looks fine.
Looks ridiculous?
No, actually, it doesn't look quite as... Before anyone else says that's what she said, it doesn't look quite as big as I thought it would.
That's what she said.
I said it first.
Damn it!
So, maybe we need to move it down a bit. Because I do want to move it, like... Maybe we'll put it, like, right over where the, where this spawns. And that way we can make it wider. Let's just make it 500. Bucket.
Rolo.
So there we go. So here's our little follower notification. We will make it... What color should our follower notification be?
Green.
Green?
Oh no, I like green.
Well, our chat is already green, unless we want to change that as well. I suppose we could do. Or just make them the exact same color.
I mean, I don't think we need to get crazy here.
All green all the time.
That's not necessary.
Maybe it is.
Sure, maybe it is.
But now I'm getting anal because I want them to be the exact same shade of green.
So now you're just gonna get anal about it?
I'm gonna get anal all over it.
Whoa! Calm down,
yeah,
buddy.
actually, that's a good call, Rev. I should center that text. I didn't center the chat because we don't really want chat to be centered. Like, it's supposed to be kind of left justified. That's how most people read passages of things. But let's see. Let's center justify this one. Yeah, that looks better. Actually, Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Nothing. But now that this text is centered, I am noticing that the camera is actually not correctly placed. It's not, so the spawner is not perfectly centered.
Oh, so now you're just gonna get super anal about it.
God, I'm gonna get all anal up in this game thing.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that looks better. $245. I can deal with that. Okay. That looks more centered. I have a. I happen to have a ridiculous phone that that has a ruler on it.
On your phone?
Yeah. I have the Samsung Edge and it has a ruler at the end, so I can actually legit measure this. So we are at a little bit over 4 inches on that side.
That's what she said.
And yeah, I think it's okay. It's still a little. I still need to go a little bit. Shit. Which direction do I need to go? I don't even know anymore. It's a little bit too wide on the right side, which means I need to move the camera slightly. I need to move the camera slightly to the left.
You are a huge nerd.
Yep.
Which reminds me, I can't stream tomorrow because I'm going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. We moved it to Thursdays.
So now that I did this, I have to check to see if I am doing this Alex is no fun part correctly, because I think what I do here is hopefully it's init level is the thing that I do. Yeah, start cam pause. Okay, so fortunately, moving the starting camera position doesn't.
You have a C# notice.
Yeah. Really stick your stream writer using it. You should really stick your stream writer in a using. Oh, I see what you're saying.
No.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But let me see. Let me see if my reasoning is correct here.
So AJ,
What?
did you put a copy of that texture you were working on the Visual Studio thingy?
I haven't updated anything yet.
Rev087 says, props to the artist/level designer for doing pretty lighting in Unity free. It's not easy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It's a giant pain in the ass.
Yep.
I want real lighting.
So here's what I'm not. So to Dapek84, the thing I'll give it a shot. I worry that because I'm using a different coroutine to actually use it, like I initialize it in one coroutine and then I have to use it in a different one. I guess it should still work. I've never done that part of it, but using SW equals new stream writer text. I like rewriting things, obviously, so that's why I didn't just copy that line, in case you were wondering. And so we're gonna put all of this inside our using. I don't know how the coroutines handle the using clause, because it's like running in a different coroutine, which could be weird. Like I could theoretically exit that coroutine, but it would still continue on in my while true kind of thing. Like basically, yeah. So, and like maybe that's not even the best way to do it, but I don't know. Because I'm getting the information from the web, that has to be in its own coroutine, because I don't want the entire application to hang trying to read it. And because that reading is because that reading is in its own thing, and I want to initialize it outside of that, because I don't want to initialize it every time you run through and read the next thing. So I'm kind of curious though, so I'm just going to try this, and if it breaks everything, I totally blame you.
Me?
No, Debek. It's calling.
Oh, okay, cool.
Who suggested that using? We're going to try it, because that's how we do here.
Point blame.
It's much easier.
It's a fact.
To take suggestions so that I can blame other people. Okay.
Finry doesn't do that. He gets pissed off if you make suggestions.
No, he would either ignore them. He gets pissed off when people insist that they do it, that he does something a certain way, because like he doesn't. If he's working on a game, he's not like doing it as a, hey, you guys should make suggestions and I'll do them. Like he has his own ideas for a game, and if people are like, no, you should do it this way, he's like, you should go fuck yourself. Except he's like the nicest person in the world, so he would never say that.
I've seen him get pretty mad before.
Yeah, but he still gets mad in like a super like polite way, where he's clearly like his feathers have been ruffled, but like he would never tell someone to like shut up or anything like that. Like that would be beyond the worst thing that he would say. Yeah. Well, virtual dropkick. So the thing that prevents us from freeing those resources is that we're doing an auto flush on our stream writer. So, which was suggested previously in the chat, I think by Rev, but I forget now. So yeah, we don't have to even worry about the freed resources because we're doing an auto flush, which frees the file every time we write to it anyway. It's saving it out. Okay, so now that we have everything working, and it seemed like that new thing just worked. Let me open up our text file and see if that worked. Yeah, it looks like that worked just fine.
This is some kind of cool, dude.
So part of the reason that worked is because even though I defined SW in inside of this coroutine, I actually initialized it up here. Like it's actually something that is global to the function, or sorry, to the class. I gotcha. Yeah. I wasn't trying to drop some knowledge on you. I was just making sure everyone understood that. Yeah. So because this is harder to write in chat, I understand Virtual Dropkick's issue here, where like it's hard to type a full explanation of what that does. But basically, what using does is there's also a Python version that's called with. I believe it's called with. What using does is that basically says that like for the duration of this block of code, SW is going to be this stream writer that we just defined. And so what happens is the second that you leave this block of code, SW is no longer defined. Like it gets washed out. It gets cleared out. And so what that does is that frees up the resource so that like no matter what, once this block has exited, and once I'm down here and I say no longer, or I should say no more SW, because you can't see that. Right when we get to this point, this SW that we just defined, we are now outside that block of code. So yeah. So basically, that's the longer explanation of what Virtual Dropkick is saying. And yeah, in the Python version, I think it's called with, which a lot of people use for files being open, and I guess it's useful if you're writing and reading them, but if you're just reading them, it's kind of unnecessary, and I always keep things pretty global whenever I have like an open file. I'll want to like pass it around to different functions and stuff like that, and so I generally don't use a using or with or anything like that, but it is definitely useful in certain cases. So yeah. Okay, so what are we doing now? So what we're doing now is we are going to put this text up on screen. So instead of this so-and-so just followed, it's going to replace that with the actual person's name. Whoa, are we getting hitches in the stream? Because OBS is showing me like shit is like really hitching really bad. So let me know if that is happening, and I may have to restart the bot. Let me see.
You act like I watched the stream.
No. I'm talking to people in chat. I don't give a shit what you think.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm seeing really weird hitches, and I'm a little worried about it. I want to make sure. It looks like Mike Dies is not taking any more resources than is normal for it to take, so I think it should be fine. But just in case, if anyone sees like really bad hitches or sees the quality drop, let me know. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is actually fuck. God damn it. So I started off this stream with the fucking disaster of trying to add a UI text to a custom inspector, and it was a goddamn nightmare. It was horrible. But now, I think I'm gonna try to do it again, knowing all the things that I fucked up last time. So let's go with I guess, where is it? Is it on our room? Yeah. Okay. So follower notify. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a field in this follower notify for the text that we want to modify every time we get a new follower. And the easiest way to do that is to just go ahead and put a new public variable up here and say public. All right, so this is one of the things that I fucked up last time. Unity engine dot, I think it's UI. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can do this now. Public text, follower text. Oh, I think I already have follower text for something else. Follower UI text, because I'm great at naming things.
Way to go.
Let's see if that works. And do we have a variable thingy? Compile it already. Fuck, come on. Come on, Unity. We got all night. Let's see. Rev. I mean, that's what it's all about, man. Learning. I have to learn new things like every fucking day. So don't even worry about that shit. And that's what part of what this stream is for, is as much imposter syndrome as I feel trying to pretend like I know tons about C# and Unity and all this stuff. Like, I know a decent amount. I know enough to make this game. But there are tons of people out there who know a shit ton more than I do. But I try to spread as much knowledge as I have. So definitely, ask questions and all that kind of stuff. And if I can answer them, I will. And if I can't, then I will either pretend to or tell you to go find someone smarter.
Like a true man.
Yep.
If there's any consolation, that's how I feel at work every single day. And I'm constantly worried that one day they're going to figure out I'm a fraud.
Okay, so, asshole, I'm just going to rename this to follower notify. And this one should be Twitch chat. Okay, so now that those are actually named sensibly, I'm going to toss in follower notify into here. Oh, I missed. There we go. Okay, so it actually worked. So it's taking the text component from our object there. Web dev is a whole different beast. Like, to the same degree that you would have to learn stuff like C# and like more desktop oriented languages, like, I know far less about web development. Anytime anyone's like, oh, well, it's like PHP and CSS and HTML and JavaScript, I'm like, yeah, fuck that. Somebody else can do it. I'll write a native app any day over even trying that shit. So
yeah, if I ever have anything that's like that, I just call you brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking do my webs, man.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I need a site. Well, that's what WordPress is for, because I don't feel like writing shit. I can edit PHP to the point where I can be like, I had to remove the comment section from my blog because the WordPress format thing that I use, the little theme, doesn't give me the option to do that. and so I can't just turn off comments on a thing. And so I actually had to remove it from the PHP script that like writes the comments. And it was easy enough to say like it was something like fucking comment template, you know, parentheses. I was like, okay, well that's gone, and then it was gone. It was magic.
Huh.
But yeah, I mean, I had to Google it first, obviously. But.
Oh, clearly, duh.
Okay, so now that we have our follower UI text, we can start modifying that every time we get a new follower. So when we go down here and we say new follower, we're not going to debug log that because that is Bush League, okay? And
Bush League.
To top it off, that is not going to show up in the built app. Like you don't get your log that way. You can't see it on screen. You don't get your logs off that way. Yeah, I agree with Virtual Dropkick. Being patient, and I wouldn't even just say being patient. I would say just be really excited about the smallest victories. Like the minute you can start printing text to a console, play with that and be like, this is so cool, I can print out text. Like, it's a stupid fucking thing. It's so easy to do and such a quick thing to start up.
Hello world.
But yes, hello world. Get excited about that. That's what I encourage you to do. And that will make things a lot easier. Like, which is why every time somebody is like, I want to learn to program so that I can make games, I'm like, no, don't do that. No, please don't. No.
Calm down, buddy.
Because then you're just going to be like, oh, what's the quickest way to do that? And then you're going to load up Game Maker, and then I'm never going to talk to you again. So the way to do that is like to actually, like start small, and really like get excited about little things. And like the second you can program like a calculator, play with that. Make a full calculator and just go all out with it. Like, get excited about those little things that maybe don't seem exciting in the big picture. Kind of like, I want to make an MMO, pipe dream. Like,
it just works on emails, right?
Like, shrink that down and just go, yeah. God, don't even start.
Sorry.
Fuck it.
Sorry.
I put 3 L's in followers because of that. Follower UI text equals. So what we're going to do is username plus. Okay, so what should the text be for people following?
Fuck you, Unity Pro.
Fuck you, Unity Pro.
No, not that. Text for followers? Wait, we have followers?
The
people
follower,
watch us?
The follower notification. Weirdly enough, people watch us. No, the follower notification. What I want to do is I want to put the text on the screen above where Mike is standing.
Oh, right.
So it would be something like the boring little template would be obviously like so and so followed the channel or did blah blah blah. Obviously, we want a little bit more flavor text in there, and because I also want to do a corresponding. I know Alex is sleeping because he lives on a fucking island off the east coast of Canada, like a jerk.
Ugh. Fucking weirdo.
So, I'm gonna say Blue Mike's mind with a follow, and then what I want to do is have his head explode.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so
some kind of genius. Mary approves.
I hear your first game should be Pong thing.
Mary is present and watching you.
Yeah, so I mean, Rev, to that point, like that, I get that, but like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about where like make a little game and be excited that you made something that was really simple and compact, but it was yours, like I don't know. I think that's kind of the safer way to go. It's not necessarily like what what we did actually, like what AJ and I started doing, was we basically started at like highest level languages and kind of slowly went down the chain to like more robust, crazy systems. We started off on Dark Basic, if anyone has heard of that.
Why'd you have to say that word?
Because one day we're gonna do a stream that shows those projects. That's why.
Oh man. You don't still have that.
So yeah, speaking of follow notifications, if you want to follow it, you can see our horrible games that we made like 10 years ago to try and get jobs in the game development industry.
That's actually very true because that was in 2006.
Yeah, so it's 9 years ago now. Yeah, Dark Basic. So we started off in Dark Basic, went to Blitz 3D.
Blitz 3D, and then
Blitz 3D.
Which was for a day, I know.
Yeah. I think it's funny how much it seems to stick out in your mind, even though it was a day, because I always forget about it. I'm always we did use Torque for a day.
I hated that.
We used Torque for a day, and we started using, I used Python for a while with the Panda 3D engine, and I even...
I remember that.
I even wrote the audio tutorial in that, because it uses Fmod. And then what else? And then I think so. For a hot minute, we went straight down the line to C++ using Irrlicht, which was, and I made a model viewer in Irrlicht. I don't know if you remember that, AJ. That was.
I remember the model viewer. I don't remember you writing in it though.
Yes. Well, so I wrote the model viewer in Irrlicht, like kind of using an example, and that was all in C++. But then it was one step too far over my head that like I was like, well, I'm used to writing in like Python and Blitz Basic and all this stuff, and so it seemed like too far of a jump, and I was like, I'm never gonna know this shit, and so I went back and we went to like the more Blitz 3D stuff and all that, and Python, and then eventually we once I joined Psydra. Once we started working on Dark Scavenger, like I learned ActionScript, which I unfortunately know and can work in, but I don't do it anymore. I'm off the wagon, on the wagon, whatever.
Anyway, see what Rev had to say about
my
Torque?
point is that that Flash is awful, and then went to Unity, and then like eventually we'll probably do some other languages and all that stuff. I know. I actually know the stream you're talking about because he advertised. He's like, "Oh, I'm writing this thing in C++," and so I feel like a lot of people watch, and then they're like, "Oh, you're making this game in Torque," and so because like part of it is in like he's editing or like modifying the engine to a degree in C++, but it's in Torque, and so it also uses all that gross Torque stuff. So it's not like he's writing something from C++ in Scratch or anything like that, or just using OpenGL. Like it's all in this really unfortunate engine. So I don't know why he's doing that to himself, honestly, but
it's terrible.
But yeah, Unity's pretty amazing, and I honestly would really like to play around a little bit more with Unreal and stuff like that, because then I can write in C++, which I prefer over C# to like the most minute degree, that they're slightly different, though they use a lot of the same syntax, and it has a lot of other benefits too. So we'll look into using Unreal so that we can create the next Call of Duty. But we'll see. Yeah, that's awful. Just going back and forth, like going in the Torque editor at all is bad. But then like using tools on top of that and doing all that stuff.
I need to make this more what should we call it, pileable. This fucking back wall sucks.
You suck.
Take a peek, Mr. Joe.
Yeah, let me make you big in a second. I'm just gonna erase. So what I'm doing here is I'm gonna after we put our follower notification up, and then what I want to do is clear that text. And so if we don't get a new follower after that 10 seconds and we recheck, I want to just clear off the text. Like, we don't want the last follower that we got to be up for the entirety of the time of the stream until we get another follower. That would be a little bit ridiculous. But yeah, let me make it big.
Oh, okay. So some of these are still temp because obviously. What?
That is looking a million times better. God damn.
It's got a lot of work.
You died.
Yeah, sorry, bro. So yeah, I did a bunch of shit. I might want to change some of these borders, but you can see how the borders help a lot.
Yeah, totally.
So it's just like putting in those borders like really adds a lot to this particular level. So the wow, he just like exploded. But see how the back wall is like not seamy, or is very seamy, and I need to get rid of that.
Honestly, I don't think that looks bad though. I think it looks like the wall is made out of panels.
Well, if we're gonna do that, we should make it more intentional then.
Sure. I mean, I can go either way, honestly, and maybe
Okay.
it should be, and maybe the paneling part of it should be either part of like the normal map or model or whatever is in there.
Right. I need different lights too, because these lights kind of blow. I also tried to. God damn it! I tried to put a light on the unstable energy.
Oh God.
Yeah, it didn't work.
No. So one thing that is really important to note is that you can play with layers and lights.
Oh Jesus, that was awesome.
So you can make a light only light up certain layers, certain game object layers.
Right.
And so by changing around layers a little bit, you can get like a much more unique like lighting effect.
Okay, I'll definitely take a peek at that. I mean, I still have a lot of work I got to do on this level. I was just throwing in from some of the assets that we already had. Oh Jesus, unexpected. But yeah, just throwing in from some of the ones that we already have. But it's mostly just to have something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it looks fucking awesome.
So
it looks like a real game now.
Well, I need to actually put in like a. I don't want it to be, like I was saying, I don't want it to be like a corridor. So I do want to try and make a, whoops. I want to try and make like, especially around here, have like a staircase or something, like in the background. So that it looks like, oh, dicks.
I knew when I saw you drop down, I was like, dude, you, I was like, wow, you did that really late.
Yeah.
I hit that button really late.
Damn it. I hate that fucking thing.
I guess I'm pretty sure that the answer is no, but AJ might be able to shed a little more light on. You don't use any light mapping, right?
No.
So far? Yeah.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a thing that we want to get in there. But.
A lot of this is still kind of temp art. Some of it might end up becoming final, but I would like to go back through and do a second pass on every piece. You know, like these, a lot of these are just to kind of fill it out and see what kind of a look we're going for. You know, so it's just like we don't have the whole look kind of nailed down.
Yeah, and we really can't without Unity Pro, like, because we are going to get Unity Pro, and that will give us a lot more visual options to go with, especially with regards to shadows and all that kind of stuff. You know,
right
now we're very, very limited.
I mean, like I was showing earlier with the even the Photoshop stuff that I was showing, like just the difference in styles just on those 3 beams. Mm-hmm. You know, you can see how they're different just from that. You know what I mean? Like, all 3 of these beams are completely different. This one's super loose, this one's a little bit tighter, and this one's super tight. So it's just like, that's just checking, like, different R&D, try and figure out what kind of a look that we would like to finalize. But inevitably, I'm looking at some of these and it's just like, okay, well, they actually end up looking kind of the same when they're all in the game. Even though they're super loose and super quick to draw, eventually they just end up becoming the same. They just end up meshing together. So it's like we might want to just go with the super loose look, you know? Because all three of these, even though all three of them are different styles, they all look very similar. So, I don't know. I'd say we just stick with the super loose because it gets everything in there.
Yeah, totally.
But that's just, you know, plus I'd like to keep things relatively generic and then make things unique as needed.
Yeah, exactly. And that goes to like our new like kind of theory behind these back walls, which is like we don't want every tile to be super specific to like, oh, here's this tile that goes at this angle and all that stuff. You know, we want to make like a relatively plain like back wall so that we can put details on top of it rather than trying to make the base tile for each piece really, really intentional and really specific.
Right. He exploded.
Okay.
This game has such awesome deaths.
It really does. I think it's probably the reason that Alex gets away with making this game so hard is because it's funny when you die. Like, I don't remember the last time that I was genuinely like angry at the game because like dying is just hilarious every time.
You got hit twice. So I also did something. I assume that, and this is, I guess, just a real quick thing for. Oh Jesus!
I'm testing out this new thingy, by the way. We should get some follower notifications up on the text, which is exciting. So we'll see how
sweet.
that goes.
So just showing you real quick. You know the like where we're gonna put that drop platform in there.
Mm-hmm.
I tested just kind of what it would look like if we put shit behind it. So I put some of those vents in there. Oh god damn it! I put some of those vents in there just to kind of when I get there. Jesus fucking Christ, Alex! So there you go. See, I put some vents in there so that it just kind of shows up, and then like so. See, boink.
Nice.
So it actually kind of adds a little bit to it. And I think we should start doing that for a lot of the shit. Like, if we have stuff that's moving around, we should put stuff where it was or where it's going to be. Kind of like how we have the burn marks when everything has disappeared.
Yeah.
You know?
Totally. Yes, Rev087. I'm really glad Alex was not here when you asked that. Because, yes, we have talked about that.
I was actually really curious about that, too.
Yeah, so, and actually, it reminds me that, you do have blood in there, right? It's just pretty subtle. It's just
no. There's definitely blood.
Yeah, it's just like dots right now. So the blood is like a little particle emitter of little red circles, which is not ideal. Yeah, Rev likes our little burn marks there. I think they look great. So if you're I guess Rev, are you asking about like from the deaths or just like if we just put some blood on the walls just for environmental effect or as a response to Mike dying? Because the latter we have thought about.
It would be kind of a pain in the ass, though.
It would be a little bit ridiculous, but it would be pretty awesome. And it depends because a lot of it is like based on
where I'm going to put walls, for one, because there's not always going to be a wall behind him.
Exactly. And, so you said, from the deaths. So, like, if Mike dies and it splatters blood on the wall, it's going to depend, like, where there's a wall. The other thing is our unstable energy is red, and if we make it even a little bit unclear where that unstable energy ends, that could lead to some unfair deaths. And so if there's too much blood on the walls and then there's red unstable energy over that could get really questionable. So yeah, I don't know, it's something we have definitely thought about, but it's gonna take a lot of it's gonna take a lot of like designing and figuring out what works for that.
Hey, Joe,
yeah.
Where's phase?
It's in texture somewhere. I think it's in the root textures folder, or textures global or something like that.
Textures global? Under external assets or teleportal? Okay, wait, hold on. Assets. You know what? I should just look for it. I search phase.
Yeah, no, Rev, I know exactly what you're saying. I think that would be awesome. And if we did do any kind of blood splatter, they probably would persist, at least for the duration of that game. They probably wouldn't persist like if you close the game and load it again. Like we don't want to. That would get super ridiculous. But yeah, to just have some kind of like blood splatter would be pretty awesome.
I have such a great idea.
What's that?
I just want to see if Alex will. I mean, I'm going to put it in an obvious spot, but.
So, and I guess like the other thing is it can't be like the blood splatter can't be like a standard, oh hey, you died here, so therefore we're going to put this giant blood splatter on the back, because you can die to like your hand being taken off. You know, like nothing else happens to you. Your hand hits unstable energy, boom, you're dead. That can happen. And so in that case, we don't want a giant blood splatter the size of your body because your hand was removed, you know? Like, so there would have to be degrees of different blood splatters and all that kind of stuff. And so that gets really questionable. So who knows, right? So it would have to be a pretty dynamic system to do, which isn't to say that it's out of the question. It's just, it's going to be down the road. We're going to have to figure out what works with it. So this little follower bot seems to be working so far. We just got the outcast.
What happened?
Our follower thing. We got the outcast.
Oh, sweet.
So Leo Traz 12 red and cools. So yeah, this is pretty great. It's totally working. We're getting all of these little notifications for our little bot guy. So I can build this into the bot right now easily enough. The thing is, we need a few more kind of safeguards in order to make this totally work. And one of those is sadly losing followers. We have to account for that.
That doesn't happen.
So one thing that I need to do is I need to find out if you can get a list of all of your followers, like the entire thing, right? So if we go to let's see. So we have our Twitch followers thing. I set the limit to like 500. Do I get seriously every single person who has ever followed? I'm not sure if I do. Certainly looks like a lot, but I read somewhere that the default is 100 or something like that. Let's see, where is the last? Yeah, head clot, that can't be right. Oh man, there's a display name that's separate from the actual name, and it has the proper casing of the thing. Shit. Now I don't know if I should fix my thing. Do you think capital letters, how much would you say that matters? I feel like it matters a little bit.
I feel like that matters a lot of it.
Okay, let's do that then. Fuck. Now I have to redo everything.
Alright, bro.
Not everything. I just have to redo Problem is that my name doesn't have any capital letters in it, so here we go. Number 2 does skill in games. Oh, skill in games. I think I get it now. I seriously didn't get that until now. So let's go back to our little follower notify, the piece of text that we are going to match up. Let me go back to you. Yeah. Okay, so the piece of text that we're going to match is going to be a little bit different than this. What we actually need to do is, I'm going to grab the little piece of text that we need. Let's say it starts here. No, don't. Alright, whatever, be a jerk. So like here's the new text that I want to match, because what I want to do is I want to get the display name, because as you can see here, the display name has capital letters, whereas the normal name that I'm getting here does not. Because you can't make a username that has somebody else's exact name except you made one of the letters capital. Like, you can't do that. So by default it kind of like it puts everything in lowercase, but it has a display name so that you can actually use those capital letters. Like, that's how it shows up in chat, and I didn't even realize this because my name has no capital letters in it. The other thing that's kind of unfortunate about that is that the Twitch IRC doesn't seem to allow the capital letters. It seems to lowercase everything, which is a little unfortunate, but
Hey, Joe.
what can you do? Sup?
I made a new bump map for one of the back faces.
Ooh, I'm gonna make you big. Holy shit. That totally needs going. Oh, you know what else you should do? I don't know if you can do it. What I would love to fucking see in a thing, you should make that room a dark room. So what you can do is there's a checkbox, I think, in the room settings for turning the character light on, or there's some kind of setting in there in room settings that should allow you to make a dark room, basically.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you do. So you can turn the light all the way down. If you click
you want me to turn all my lights off?
No. Click on the top, the root object for the level that you're editing right now.
Okay.
So there is room light. See, it says -1.
Yeah.
Make that 0, and then there should be a
Character light on.
yeah. Now
Okay.
play it.
Well, I think I've got lights in there.
I know.
So, does that take that into account?
It turns off the main light, so only your lights are there now,
Oh, that's cool.
and it turns the character light on. So
Oh, that's great. Why is that one light like super strong over there? It's like, I got like one light that's like uber. But yeah, showing it. I think it would be funnier if we didn't show phase immediately. So if we did that, to do that, we would probably have to do something along these lines.
we found those things. Actually, virtual dropkick. Funny that you ask, because this Twitch interface that I wrote, I was actually planning on putting up on the Unity Asset Store. So no, I have not done it yet, but I'm going to do it very, very soon.
Oh, you like can't see him unless you're oh, there he is.
Through the online manual. I'm not sure if Unity will accept that. I'm sure if you link to any kind of official Unity documentation, I can't imagine them having a problem with that. Like, that's in their best interest as well, if you're linking to their own stuff. So I think that's fine. I wouldn't worry about that. But yeah, so I would go for that.
There we go.
Funny you say that, Rev. We do have that. I don't think that the layers are set up properly in that character prefab, but yes, that is. We do in fact have that.
There you go, Jay.
I can probably edit the prefab to show you how it works, but yeah.
Yep. You don't see him immediately,
dude. That looks
there he is.
Awesome. That looks so good.
Face.
You better believe my level is going to look like that.
Smash. Oh, dude! If you keep his light intact, the light stays with him.
Oh yeah, it's attached to the bone in the base of his spine. And so if it hits unstable energy, it will also fly off with everything else. And if it gets teleported, the light will teleport to that location.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, everything is super, it's like super put together in a way that, tries to make the most of all of the...
Actually, that looks really cool. Look at that down there. See that?
No way.
See how that exit area looks? Looks pretty dope.
Oh yeah, that does look really cool. Holy shit.
I think I might want to try doing that type of light with all of the lights, because I like that. That looks great. Sweet. Alright, well...
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Oh god, it's still getting fucked up. Oh my god, it's still hurt.
It's a silhouette. This is fucking like limbo teleportal right now.
Oh god.
The silhouette. I think he's gonna fall. I think he's gonna fall down.
Oh, I'm gonna wait it out.
Oh god.
I wish I could
I think
move.
he's settled.
What was the
yeah,
button
I think
for
if it refers to your
part?
online docs, that's also probably fine if it's like your website or something like that. Again, if it's documentation and it's what the fuck are you doing?
I made him disappear.
How did you do that?
I hit Y.
I forgot about that. Damn it, I have to take that out.
Yeah, you do.
Hey, Alex is not allowed to know about that.
Okay, I won't tell him.
What's it do? Oh yeah, you can still go around though?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
You can still do all of the levels too.
Because his character, except you can't exit the level.
I like that you made him go do 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 grrr, and then he like goes away.
Yeah, there's a script that like I actually do this like there's a time to next piece flying off variable that goes down every iteration. So it's a coroutine. It's an enumerator that I think the first one waits like a whole second or a second and a half or something like that, and it just takes it down by like 2/3 or something like that every time you do it. But yeah, anyway, virtual dropkick. I think that referring to like your own website, that should be fine. I can't imagine anybody who have a problem with that. But I will definitely be reading their submission guidelines very, very carefully.
Oh, he fucking blew up.
Okay, so what the fuck are we doing here?
I have no idea.
Display name. We're changing this to show the display name instead of the all lowercase name, because all lowercase is boring.
Alright, I will be right back.
Alright.
Word.
Okay, so...
So you should probably not make me big anymore.
Yeah, you're not.
Okay, cool.
I'm just going to leave phase up there.
Do it. BRB.
Alright. So we're going to match a new string in this regular expression right here. So instead of .user. I should be able to get away with just doing display name, honestly. Let me see. I'm going to look at this thing real quick and see if see how many times display name shows up. Display name. I think the only time that shows up is for each individual follower. So I could just grab the display name and then take that, but there's exactly 100, even though, okay, so display name. So yeah, I guess there's exactly 100, so it definitely only shows up for whenceforth a new follower is there. So we're going to try to make this easy, and we're just going to say dot display name dot, what are we matching here? So I'm just going to remove this actually. The tech demo of the action RPG. Ooh. Yeah, Unity player, you can always run on that site. Okay, so here's the text I'm going to match. So we're going to match dot display name dot colon dot name goes here dot and then comma. Okay, so now we should get full display names, which would be great. So let's give that a try. Oh shit, I'm just checking this game out real quick. It looks like I got a follower, but I can beat him up, and he just died. I like that little death animation too. This other guy who was not following me around, I cannot kill him, so I guess he's like an NPC. Can I walk up on this? Okay. Can you jump? What did it? Oh, okay, so W smacks people around. Oh, and you can use WASD. Oh, so wait, is it holding down the mouse button and hitting W attacks, but just doing one or the other moves you? That's actually really cool. Oh shit, I did spawn a bunch of more enemies apparently. Yeah, Rev, I think that you should write the next Diablo game, because you clearly know how to do it better.
Actually controls really well.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking cool.
Okay.
Okay. That's really awesome. I need to definitely keep us up to date on the progress of that. That is really cool. It controls. It's really well made and really fluid. It's really controls really well and has a good.
And he's already got the most
nice
badass
frame rate
weapon ever, which is a board with a nail in it.
Camera Broke says, I just showed up. Can I see it? Yes, Camera Broke, I am going to, if you want to see it, you need to type hashtag Mike Dies, and you will see Mike Die in this little thing that is over to my left, right over there. So if you type hashtag Mike Dies, there's an optional command you can do after that, but if you just type hashtag Mike Dies, you'll get a random death that is kind of featured in the game, so to speak. And when AJ gets back, he will show you the full game. Right now, I am working on the Twitch bot, which is this thing that you see right next to me. Okay, so here's the thing. What we need to do is what we need to do is basically redo this list of followers, because we want the capital letters to be in there so it shows everybody. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that text file, and then we're going to save this, and then we are going to run this again. Wait for that compile to go through, and while I'm waiting for that compile, I will look at Virtual Dropkick's thingy that he linked. The Dan Maku engine. Where's the thingy to run the... Yeah, always allow. Okay, great. Danmaku JSON. It uses JSON? Whoa, what is this? Oh, I see. It's an engine for like particle effects and stuff. Oh, bullet patterns. Wow, that is wild.
Fuck, it's crazy.
Yeah. Damn, man, that is really cool.
Alright, I'm back. What's going on?
God.
You should check out what... oh, you can do 2-player with a keyboard.
What's going on?
Ah, shit.
How do you shoot with player 2?
I don't...
Space shoots with player 1. Oh, it's on the screen. I'm an asshole. Sorry. M. It's hard to use M. I see. Whoa.
I've gotten hit with every bullet that's come.
well, I'm not seeing whatever it is you guys are doing.
It's the link that Virtual Dropkick posted.
Oh.
Really cool.
Is this his game?
You should check out the one.
It's like an engine for... It's like a programmable JSON like particle system. You can, and it's like it shows the text in the window. You can edit it live, and it shows all your particle updates live.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so now I deleted the text file. So we're going to start from scratch basically, and get our display names for everybody. So if dog then I don't have any capital letters, so that's a bad test. I'm a jerk. Next one, it should show proper letter. There we go. We have proper capitalization happening. That's fantastic. Okay. Ibuki 3D.
what?
Just talking about you.
Why are we talking about me?
Because you just showed up in our follower list for the bot.
Oh, sweet.
So yeah, I did the display name thing instead of the normal name, so it's doing proper capitalization, all that kind of stuff. Which I just realized you also don't have capital letters in your name, so don't even tell me.
No, I thought I
That
did.
they're important.
Yeah, I do. Capital I, son.
How is it? Oh, okay.
I had to moo to check that out, but yeah, it's there.
Why didn't you hashtag Mike dies?
Oh shit. 1 second.
Actually, I don't think that camera broke. Did camera broke like leave? Did he just like give up? He was like, I'm not gonna type in chat just to see this thing. Or maybe he didn't know what I was talking about. Alright, I'm just gonna make him run and then have somebody else do something. Okay, so 2D heroes. Okay, so this is good. Totally working. Oh.
Oh, camera broke. Just says he just did a Mike dies.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try and make him stand in the right place. Oh fuck! Damn it! He dies. There was lag. There was lag on my own machine. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
No, camera break. That's totally understandable. I'm gonna try to get him inside that portal because that's really important. Fuck! I just missed it. Somebody else spawned something else that kills him. It's pissing me off. Actually, I'm an idiot. I can totally toggle that run, I think. Where are all my keyboard commands? Let's see. Inlet level, where's it? What are my keyboard commands? Here's all. If you're curious, here are all the keyboard commands for the things that you can do. So R runs, and what does a stand? Actually, I don't even need to know what does a stand. I can just walk him in front of it because I still have keyboard controls in. Boom. That's weird. I didn't see the name though. Did I miss it? Or, oh my god, my shit's going crazy. So yeah, to answer your question, camera broke. Here, I'm gonna spawn a couple more portals, and you will see. That's how Mike dies. You can spawn portals. And so these are in the game. You can, if you are fully inside of a portal space, it will teleport you to the next room or wherever it goes. If you are only partway into a portal space, as in how he is right now, then only the parts of you that are inside of the portal will get teleported, and the rest of you ragdolls and dies. So that is one mechanic. There's a good leg shot I just got. Other ones are, for instance, asteroids, which roll you over and kill you horribly. There's also unstable energy, which an asteroid is technically made of unstable energy. It doesn't matter, don't worry about it. This freezes him, and so there are rooms where you can only be in it for a certain amount of time before you freeze, and so like you'll notice yourself start to go gray, and then you freeze and die. And let's see, what's Y do? Y is a suicide. So I think that, I don't even remember honestly, I think we are leaving that in the game, but you can hit escape to bring up a little menu, and you can click to just suicide, and it just kills your character, and so you can restart a level like that. And there are different ways, like the crazy one that flies up in the air, the head explode, there's the one that just his whole body explodes like that. So these are all things that actually happen in the game, basically. So G does hover, and so you can mix them. So like if I put a portal here, he won't really get into it. So instead I just bowl him over with an unstable energy asteroid, and then it just resets and we start the whole thing over. So you get a good idea of how the deaths work in this game, and the rest of it is basically Metroidvania, puzzle platformer, buzzwords that are in the FAQ.
Buzzwords.
Buzzwords. That's the long and short of it. So, okay, now that we have our follower list, we should be able to continue on from where we left off. Oh, it was still running. Wow. Okay. Cool. So we're getting through a lot of stuff now. Alley Cat. We got to Alley Cat.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So here's the thing now, is that we could, so because we can lose followers and regain followers, what we need to do is run through the list again, and let's see, backstory.
Is there a story?
There, so yeah, okay.
Keep saying there's a story.
Yeah. So this is not my domain nor the domain of anyone who is currently on stream, unfortunately, because that's Alex, who is our writer / lead designer, all that stuff. And so yes, Mike is on a space station. So the bits of story that I am confident enough that I am correct about is basically the story is Mike dies. That is certainly the story of the game itself. But so yes, Mike is on a space station, and he is haunted by these asteroids. Basically, like these asteroids seemingly have a consciousness and a desire to mess with him, and it gets into like kind of just trippy psychological stuff, like you will not know what's real, and just crazy shit will happen. And so basically Mike's goal is to like find his way off of this spaceship, and like that is like the tiniest bit of little story piece that I know enough to share. It's not that we don't share that kind of information. It's just that Alex would have to give you that real rundown, because I always forget it.
He's more on top
or
of
have
it.
outdated information or something like that. Yeah, he is actually writing this game, so he knows what he's talking about, whereas I do not. I just know how to program it. To Indecisive Entity, that's a cool name. I like that. The Twitch bot is the little spaceman Mike that you see to my left, which is a thing that will read. It basically reads the chat, right? So if you type in #Mike dies, then it will do something on screen, like Mike will die in a random way. And if you check our FAQ below, if you scroll down to look at that, there will be a section on #Mike dies, and that will list out all of the commands that you can do. So the TwitchBot is basically this app that is running, that is constantly reading chat and responding to it in the way that I have programmed into it.
It does what you tells it to does.
It does exactly what I want it to do, and no more, no less. I actually haven't seen Solaris, but that's like a movie that I'm always like, I don't know, I like the idea of it, so I want to watch it, and I'll probably see it at some point. Yeah, I have not seen it yet. Maybe it'll be inspiration for Teleportal, the story.
Maybe it already is.
Spectrum 13 says egg drop. I don't know what that means.
But egg drop indeed.
Should we put that in as a command or something? Also, speaking of hidden commands, let's do a little Mike dies, Alex isn't fun. So now, if you kill Mike in a new way. Okay, so what are we doing here? We got so we have our follower, and we can kind of go through. We can go through our newest follower and always be up to date on that. The tricky part is, though, that somebody could unfollow. Oh wow, hovering looks really weird from that angle. Oh dude, he missed it. Yeah, so if you Indecisive Entity, if you type in an invalid command, and believe it or not, I did not program in a twerk.
I don't know why you didn't do that.
Then it will produce a random effect, and unfortunately, because Mike was in the middle of hovering, he did not catch that drill that went down there. I think an asteroid is the answer to our woes here. Whoa! What just happened? Oh, he's running and jumping now. Jesus Christ!
I didn't even think of doing that.
Wow.
Save Mike.
Save Mike.
I didn't even think of that. That's great. I might have hit him with an asteroid. We'll see.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, sweet.
Spicy.
Prey is also not a valid command, although we do have an animation for that.
Oh, that's true. We do have an animation for Prey.
Actually, I wanted to mention that too because I want to put that in the GDC build. I thought it would be cool. I think I did mention this to Alex, maybe. I don't remember now, though. I wanted to, for the end of the demo, when you get into the angel room and the angel spreads their wings, Mike goes into a prey animation and then it dims out and says teleportal. I think that would be sweet.
I could do that.
Badass.
That's not a problem.
Well, I mean, you've already done the animation, so...
Right, but I mean, like, I still need to finish off the angel.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, God. There's so much shit on my list.
Yeah, Demlar, I know. The... Spectrum, if you're guessing at commands, you're gonna have a bad time. The only secret one is Alex is no fun. Everything else is listed below in our FAQ if you want to read it. There's asteroid, drill, teleportal, unstable, all kinds of stuff. And you can make them run, hover, and jump. Or suicide. Yeah, the drill... the random one was also a drill. Nice. Okay, so what the hell am I doing? Got 3 drills in a row. 2 of them were random effects. Okay, so now that we have our display names. Okay, so anyway, what I've been getting at is that what I may need to do in certain cases is actually go through the entire follower list to basically recheck that everything is like copacetic with our
Oh shit, he's gonna start going nuts.
Running and hovering, yep.
That's crazy.
So we need to basically like make sure that we are not like screwing this up in that well, I guess we don't care about followers leaving so much. We would want to remove them. So we'll have to like double check and run through the entire thing. But oh man, just missed that drill. It's going to be hard to catch him now because he's running and jumping and hovering. So everybody's going to be after his lucky charms.
I like your idea to make this a dark level.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Alex kind of has the.
Oh shit! I didn't turn off the light. It's nice. Got the light on.
Yeah, like Alex has like
shit.
really. Oh my god!
It like caught the top of his head.
Man, Mike is with this jump and hover. Mike is just avoiding certain doom.
Is he just
every
indestructible?
time. He missed 2 drills in an asteroid.
I gotta hit him with an asteroid.
Oh shit! I just saw it.
Okay,
now we gotta kill Mike.
Yeah, no, this is getting ridiculous. He is really
Dude, he is just avoiding the shit out of those. Okay, Mike dies. Let's go with. I'm just gonna go with a good old asteroid. See if we can.
Okay, so what we want to do in this case is we don't want to go one by one through our follower list. We want to get like all 100, or I should say 100 at a time, because that's the maximum that Twitch will allow us to do.
Oh god! Did he avoided it?
Yep.
Son of a bitch!
And he avoided the drill that
Oh my god! And another one
that just threw at him.
Dude, he's indestructible.
Seriously.
Oh man,
with that run, jump, and hover, he just like.
I'm just gonna do a Randall and see what happens.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Would you freeze him?
No.
Did I freeze him?
You did something.
What did I do? Or did I suicide him? Let's see.
Okay.
Man, Twitch stream is slow. Whoa! He just like exploded.
Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do is write a function to really quickly go through everything and kind of like double check all of our followers. And so we want to remove them if they're no longer following, and we need to update our like kind of our follower count to make sure that we are accounting for. Actually, what I want to do is what I wanted to do is check the last 10 followers that we have, and update the list, like update the number. What was it? The counted followers. We want to update that to go along with it. And so I'm just going to say get last 10 followers. And what I can do is I can actually go through this list and go backwards. By default, like this little, in this URL that we have here, this direction equals ASC, it actually defaults to a descending, so it starts at the end and goes back. But we don't really want that, because we're going, like, we want to start at the beginning and then go to the end and then make sure we know exactly where we're at.
Oh, shit.
So that was a really good death.
I tried to get hit again. Damn it.
So what I want to do is actually I want to keep it ascending, but I want to check for but I want to offset it so that we're checking the last 10.
Yeah, I found a thing that Alex needs to address.
Yeah?
Right here. See this the drill that's supposed to shoot out at you?
Yeah.
If you jump at it, it don't do nothing.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Right? It is non-lethal until it is...
Actually, can you pause it? Or, die and then reset and then jump in front of it and then pause the game?
Oh, there it goes. What the hell?
I think
it wasn't working.
You may have reset in a weird spot or something, because what it looked like the turret was like in front of you or something. Like,
yeah,
it
kind of
didn't look like it was in the right spot.
Oh, I barely missed his head. I like it when it takes off just his head. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so we're getting the last 10 followers. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say follower web. So we're gonna kind of do the same thing here. We're doing new www get follower URL, and we're gonna take the limit is gonna be 10, although it's not a real limit. Like we know we're taking the last 10 that we. Oh, and actually, so here's part of the reason that we're not doing the descending, is because we want to basically start where we left off. And so if there are more than 10 followers, we don't want to just get the last 10 and then we're checking all new stuff, which may not be correct. We want to check the last 10 that we already checked. Did I miss it? Epic Error did Alex is no fun, but then I think he died like immediately. Oh no, he wrote Alex no fun. Okay, that's why. There it is. He got it.
I think Epic Error was the one who coined Alex is no fun.
Maybe. Is he?
He's the one who says it the most.
Okay, so the offset is going to be counted followers minus 10. So basically what this will do is this will take up to the point that we have checked before. It's going to go back 10 and check through those 10 that we've already looked at. And so the only way that we would be getting new followers in this last 10 is if multiple people unfollowed, or at least one person unfollowed, and then we got a new follower. Epic Error did not know that was a command, apparently. Yeah, Epic Error, in honor of your Alex is No Fun, in honor of starting that awesome trend, I made that a command in the bot. So that is a legit command. Like, it's not something that it's not like a bug that you that you just like fucked something up. It's a real thing that I put in there. So when he dies now, it will reset the camera to its normal position. But I wanted to make it so that you could get a perspective, a different angle on the character when you do that. Okay, so we are going to yield. We're going to yield.
Gonna yield.
Yeah.
Well, watch where you do that. Not in my car.
I'm gonna yield out the window. Okay, so string follower text follower web dot text. Okay, so this is going to get the last 10 followers that we've already counted. It's possible that there will be 9 or less, 9 or fewer followers in this list. Oh, Rev says the model looks really good close up. Yeah, thanks. That actually, funnily enough, that model was actually not created by anyone here. That was done by a different artist when we first started the project. Someone that Alex worked with made that model. But all of the animations are AJ's.
Yup.
Okay, so...
Hey, animating.
And Mike is still alive, by the way, in that crazy perspective.
Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I was animating right now. Fucking hate painting.
Well, you know that Angel needs to get done.
I know. But again, that's painting.
The Angel?
The Angel's painting, yeah, dude. The Angel
Oh, I
doesn't
thought you
need...
meant the animation needed to get done.
No, animation
okay.
does not... The animation on the Angel is pretty solid.
Hmm.
Yeah, at least I think it is. I'm gonna fucking... Here, I'll load it up.
Okay, so now that we have our text, what we're going to do is we're actually going to... We can't just do a match, because a match is just going to give us one result. It's just going to match like whatever it finds, which is not good enough. See, you can't see the overlay. I wish we could fix that in a way that didn't suck. But so a regex.match searches the specified input string for the first occurrence of the regular expression. So it's only going to give us one occurrence. What we need to do to get multiple is to create a match collection. That's the one. Clueless Joe Jackson says, stupid question, first time Twitch person here, signed up just to watch you code. Wow, thanks. That's pretty awesome. Is that redhead guy what you're coding? So yes, that redhead guy is the main character to our game, and that thing, like the way that he is jumping around like a fucking Mexican jumping bee right now, is the bot that I created to show off the deaths of the character.
Which we need to kill him, so I'm gonna take care of that.
Yeah, he does need to die.
I'm just gonna one-shot him.
He was off screen though.
Oh no!
So he just kind of never came back. He just jumped and hovered and just went away, never came back. So yeah, Clueless Joe Jackson. It's a relatively new thing as far as like it being like a big thing to do now. People used to, back before there was a game development category in Twitch, people would use this. There is a game that you can list on Twitch that's called programming, but it was a real game. But people would use that to stream themselves programming, but like it wasn't a thing that a lot of people knew about, and so people didn't really like watch it as much. When they came up with the game development stream thing, that's when people really were like, oh shit, there's this really cool thing that a lot of people are doing, and I can like learn some coding and watch how other people do this stuff. And I think it's part of this effort to make game developers like a lot more personable and really include viewers, fans, etc., other developers into the development process. And yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I definitely enjoy it. But
Joe, they're calling for a suicide nerf.
So it would have to like not always kill him, I guess.
Just occasionally.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So the subreddit, it's called Watch People Code or something like that. And I actually I just discovered it this week. Yeah, the subreddit Watch People Code. So this is a thing that I recently just discovered, and I discovered it this week because what was happening was I follow the game development streams a lot, and especially like while I'm at work, I'll just have a stream up so I can like listen to somebody or like see what they're doing, see some code.
He really does. He sends them to me constantly.
So I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with watching other people code and just listening to people talk about code. I'm fucking obsessed with it. It's bad. It's probably unhealthy. But so I follow it a lot, and what I was noticing recently was there were a lot of streamers that just started Twitch and they had like no followers but would get a lot of views. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Like a lot of times, Twitch, the way that Twitch channels kind of evolve a lot of the time is that, you'll like stream to like nobody or one person, or like one person will come in and out for a little bit, and you just slowly, and then if they like what they see, they'll follow, and then you start to build up more and more people. But all in these, this week, especially, these streams started getting really big, really like quickly, like weirdly quickly. And somebody had said something about the subreddit Watch People Code, and I looked at it, and it turned out that like every person who had very few followers but had a lot of viewers, a lot of concurrent viewers, were all people who posted to this subreddit called Watch People Code. And so I was like, well, fuck that, I'm gonna start doing that then. And so I'm glad that like people are finding it that way. That's really cool. So yeah, it's pretty sweet. And it's a great thing to keep up on. I think it's mostly for people who don't already follow game development on Twitch. But some people still use the old programming thing, which I don't follow because now the game development thing is there. It seems silly. But yeah, I feel like maybe some people have not caught on to the fact that you don't have to just use the game programming. You can actually just put in game development. But I guess maybe not everyone is doing game development on Twitch. They're doing other kind of coding, but I don't know. Technically, this isn't game development because this is a Twitch bot. But I think that anything that is programming related is fine to go in game development. I don't see anyone complaining.
Yeah, even with us doing arts. So most people don't like watching arts.
Moda community for 27 days. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I love having streams up while I work. It's pretty great. I initially, because when I worked at Harmonix, I was authoring songs, and so I had to listen to music all day, and so I couldn't listen to my own music. And it was like really a problem because everyone else, like if there any coder would just be like, oh, I'm just going to listen to some music while I code, and I couldn't do that. And so what I had to do, what I ended up doing was I would listen to people talk. So I'd have YouTube videos of like people talking about whatever, or and eventually went to game development. And wow, cats are getting a little crazy. And eventually, like, that led to like YouTube game development stuff, and so that became like a bigger thing, and so now I'm just in the habit of, I just always listen to people talk about something, like, and I've been trying to find podcasts, but honestly, as far as like actually talking about programming and not just talking about high level nonsense that I don't care about, podcasts are nowhere near as good as live streaming for actually talking about code. Oh, okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Watch People Code is like a very new subreddit. But yeah, I think that it definitely, it seems to already be going very, very well. So I think that's great. And it's weird that took off so much, whereas like posting to game dev doesn't seem to do as well for stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, like I mean, I guess like maybe it's more specific in that it's always code, but like I don't know, it just seems weird to me. Reddit is a very weird thing to me. I don't fully understand it.
I love it. I use it for D&D.
No, it's great. I'm not saying it's not great. It's definitely great, but I don't understand it in the sense that like there's this subreddit called Watch People Code, and all of these people are on Twitch. And 95% of them are on the game development section of Twitch. And so why do you need a subreddit when you could just go like that only shows people who post to that subreddit, whereas you could just go to Twitch, look at game development, and you have tons of options, you know? It's weird. Epic Era, you have to say Alex is no fun. You can't. Alex no fun is not a sentence. So anyway,
yeah, we do grammar here.
We does the grammars. He's never also going to die to that portal because he keeps jumping out of it.
Oh no! I didn't even realize he was still alive.
That's the problem with hover.
No. That's why we got to hit him with the...
So anyway, we're going to do a match collection on here. I get derailed by chat because I like talking, but I also don't want to just... make this...
podcast?
Well, yeah, that. I don't want to make this a podcast because, God, some of them are so bad. It's because they don't talk about anything real. It's always like, so what have you been smacking on your ass this week? And I don't care.
How do you feel about that new fucking Monster Hunter coming out?
Yeah. So, like, especially because this is, like, on a subreddit called Watch Me Code, I feel like I should actually code. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to do that.
Do that.
I suppose Reddit is more programming oriented. Well, I wouldn't say that Reddit is more programming oriented than the game development side of Twitch, which is like mostly programming. Like you'll get some art and stuff like that in there, but there's also a creative section for things that are not programming and game development, maybe. Rev87 says, so what is match collection? Because I wrote match collection and I have not defined it yet. So yeah.
You derailed again.
Yeah, no, I did. Anyway, I think game development on Twitch is very much programming oriented. I think most of the streams that you will find are programming. So anyways, let's take this match collection. So, as I was saying before, like an hour ago when I wrote match collection on here, when you get a single match, it's just called match, and you do regex.match. Man, people are failing to kill Mike all over the place. The problem is that I want to get the last 10 followers that we've already checked, just to double check and make sure everyone's still there and it's all the same people. So what we need to do is actually use...
God, you're still not getting him.
So what we actually need to do is we need to have returned to us several matches, and that's what a match collection is. So let's see. Let's call this last followers, and that will equal regex.matches, if I can spell matches correctly. Earlier today, when I was at work and doing regular expressions, I kept writing math instead of match, and it was fucking infuriating. So we want multiple matches here. To answer Rev087, the reason that we're getting the last 10 is basically because I'm doing this check every 10 seconds, right? So every 10 seconds I'm saying, hey, look at the last follower that was just added on to us. The problem is, we could, in that 10 seconds, theoretically, hopefully not, but in theory, we could lose a subscriber. Or, sorry, a follower. I keep saying subscriber. We could lose a follower. Or we could lose multiple followers. If that happens, let's say, in theory, we check, we have all our subscribers accounted for. Sorry, followers. God damn it, I keep doing that.
One more time, you're getting punched in the face.
I should. I'm going to do it myself. So we check once, all our followers are accounted for. They're all up. They've all been kind of shouted out and all that stuff. 10 seconds later, we do another check. In that time, let's say, theoretically, we lost 2 followers, and then we gained 1. So technically, if we're at follower 200, for instance, we lost 2, now we're at 198, and then the new follower that we get is going to be 199. And so if we're checking 200 and going on from there, we don't find that person. And so we have to, so what I want to do is check the last 10 to make sure that we haven't lost anybody, to make sure we don't have to go back and say, okay, hey, do we lose any followers? Let's go back and find the last follower that we have already accounted for, and then move back on from there. Yes, exactly, Rev. So Twitch does not have like push events like that, at least as far as I know. All of the and honestly, I might even want to do a thing that checks the entire follower list, and finds all of the new ones and then spits them back out. That might be a more sensible way to do this. But just to show this example, so if we go back to the last 10, that will give us like the most recent 10. If they're all the same and that we've already all seen them all, then we don't have to worry about it. Then we can just continue on from where we left off. But maybe we need to go back a couple to make sure we're up on the latest followers. So that's why we do a match collection, and so we want multiple matches. We don't just want one match. We need everything that matches our regular expression. And so we're going to do the same thing though. So we need follower text, and then this little guy right here, which is the text that we want to match that shows the display name of the follower that we got. And so, let's see, some matches. So now we have a match collection. There are 2 weird things about this. A collection is basically a list of matches, and a match contains groups. And so we are 2 levels deep. Virtual dropkick, yes, you are absolutely correct. I can read that, but that only gives me very little information. Like, once again, let's check. Like, it doesn't give me who left or who subscribed and all that stuff. Yes, you can get the total number, but like in that example that I was just talking about, where let's say we check once, we have all our followers, we wait 10 seconds. In that 10 seconds, we lose a follower and then we gain a follower. So person A unfollows, person B follows. We check that number again, it's the exact same. difference is we have a new follower that we did not have before. It doesn't matter that the number is the same. The people in that list are different, and so we have to account for that. Trust me, I wish I could just be like, oh, the number's the same, we're good. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. So anyway, I was saying we're kind of 2 levels deep in this, where we have a match collection. Each match in that match collection contains groups, and the second group in each match is the username that we want. And so it's pretty crazy. That is actually really interesting. I feel like they do have the date. And maybe you can do that. I looked into the whole web part of this enough to see like how you could get certain information. I didn't see anything about going by date, but that is a really good idea, and I will have to look into that. In fact, I'm gonna write it down real fast. Teletasks. Look into date sorting. Yeah, that would be super handy. Timestamp, is that it? I can look and see time. There's nothing called timestamp. There's a created at, but I think that's when the account was created, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's when the account was created.
It's when their account was created?
When the user's account, yeah. You get a lot of information from this thing. It's actually really crazy. So, like, I can look at mine. Man, people are really enjoying that. The mic dies.
I'm gonna do one more right before I'm gonna go out with a bang. Yes, there we go. Alright, well, I'm dipping out, so I'll talk to you guys manana.
Cool, man.
Alright, peace, everybody.
Peace, yo.
I found the Skype. Alright.
Okay, so I think this does descending. Yeah, that's descending. Okay.
I will be, Rev. For the other ones, I generally start with a normal map. This one, I'm kind of just fleshing out an idea for the back wall, and I don't want it to be a super harsh normal map, because I'll show you how that ends up looking. Is if you see this guy here, that's like kind of the harsh normal map that I had created before. Which, by the way, Joe, I still have to go through and fix the part where I talked shit on Alex. It's still built into the normal map. But I might just leave it in just for shits. But
your video stopped. P.S.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, I think we hit the Twitch limit, or the Skype limit again.
We've seriously been on for 4 hours?
Have we?
I don't know.
It's almost 1.
Oh my god.
It's entirely possible. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be able to go for too much longer, but yeah. So let's see.
Hold on, I'm starting it back up.
Sweet. Yeah, it looks good.
Oh, is it back up?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like sitting there waiting for it.
Oh, in Twitch.
Yeah, well, I can't see your screen, so.
Right.
But yeah, so Rev, this is what I had created before. Was I had originally just created these wall panels, and then painted over the normal map. So I basically painted the normal map first, and then did the wall panels to fit, like for the diffuse. For this one, I don't know. I don't really want it to be super hardcore, so I'm doing more of a like I can take a lot of this shit out. So like all of these highlights and stuff I can take out, and this way I can keep the all the pieces that I need.
That's another question for you.
What is it? Do you import any specific? Oh no. Yeah, I just have Unity create it because honestly, it does a good job.
From the grayscale, is that?
Yeah, from the grayscale. That's how I did phase. I didn't actually edit phase at all. Like it's
well,
this...
but you did create a very specific normal map in Photoshop for the one panel, right?
No, that was actually still just a grayscale. That was just a
right. Well, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, I guess like so the image is made in Photoshop, but it is just a grayscale image, and then Unity just creates the normal map from there.
Yeah, what he's talking about is this, like the actual normals, which are indeed created out of the grayscale. You can see it right here. Create from the grayscale. Boink, boink. You know, like if I turn this off, I think it just ends up looking like that. So, which is weird, but
Epic Air's jelly of your painting skills.
Oh my god, really? I mean, this is us just trying to be quick. Like, if I was to put effort into it, like, I would hope that. I mean, I'm putting enough effort into it to make it not suck, but that's pretty much it. I mean, I'm nowhere near like our concept artist. Like, she's fucking awesome.
Oh,
hey, babe.
Okay, so what I want to do here is I'm getting a match collection for basically like taking the last 10 followers that we've already checked to like kind of double check everything and make sure everybody's still there, or you know that we have the same number of followers as before, and that they're all the same followers that we had last time, and then what I need to do is I need to go through each one of these matches, because I'm matching this entire string right here. So it's going to include display name, quote, colon, quote, name of the user. What I want to do is I want to extract out the username from that string, which is why I have this /w plus question mark in the in parentheses, because what that does for regular expressions is that creates a new group out of that piece of text. And so each one of these, if we have matched this string, then each one of these will show up with two groups. And the first group is going to be this whole string that we matched, and the second group is just going to be the stuff in those parentheses, which in this case is just the username. And so what I'm doing is just to make sure that we actually do have a username in there, or at least that we have some text in there, which hopefully is a username. I check to make sure that there is more than one group inside of the match, to make sure that we indeed have some text in here, basically. And if that's the case, then what I want to do is check for that user existing in our list of users already that are already here. So, oh, nice.
I get him?
That was a good one, yep.
Nice.
Okay, so let's see.
Is the app running for the users yet, or like even a version of it, or is it just
for
still
followers?
Yeah.
No, like this. I am still running the same app that I was running at the beginning. Because this stuff isn't done yet, I didn't want to like just toss in a half-baked thing that's probably going to break.
Right.
So yeah.
No,
so we're going to
good.
make a new string for this one. So username, we're going to basically do the same thing that we did before. Follower match.groups 1.value, I believe it is. Yes. Okay, so now we have the string of just the username. We can do whatever we want with that, and what we want to do is check if it exists in our list of players that currently exist. Oh, Mike's hopping out of the portal. You'll never kill him that way. Okay, so take our username. We want to see if it's in there. So if I do this in Python all the time, but I very rarely do it in C#. To just check if a string exists in a list of strings. So let's see if it works easily enough here. If username in... Can I do this? Username in followers is a list of strings. Can I do that? Is that allowed? No.
Sure it is.
No, not in C#. This exactly as it is now exists in Python, but I've never had to do it for. I don't think you're actually expecting a semicolon after that. So how do I check a list for? Oh, you know what? I bet you it makes much more sense than that. Nice, spicy meatball time.
We got him.
That's another thing I want to get in is the random text.
Falls in.
Yeah. Followers is a generic list of strings. It's not an array, because that would be much more difficult to deal with. So I think I can do though if followers contains, yeah, there it is. Username. There you go. Because it's a list, it has functions. Yep, Rev087 had it.
What do you get? Oh yeah,
there's a contains element. There sure as shit is. Yeah, that's another reason I like using lists, and that's why the reason that works in Python in the opposite way is because in Python pretty much everything is a list, like tuples and shit like that. If you use the brackets to define a bunch of things, it's just a list, and so you can say if my piece of text in my list, and it works just like that. In C# obviously it's a little bit different because this generic list has certain functions that do exactly that. You don't need the weird in operator to use that. Okay, so if it is the thing is if it's already in there, then whatever, we just move on to the next one and we don't care. Indecisive entity says Python for the win. I agree. I use Python for all kinds of tools and stuff like that. I do not like it for game development. Like, I don't want to make a game in it. And any game, when I've seen games made in Python, I get sad because Python with its standard libraries is great, but once you have to use some kind of third-party library, almost without fail, anytime I've tried to use a Python external library to do something, it has been a pain in the ass and has had like dependencies all over the place and dependencies that had other dependencies, and it's a fucking nightmare because it feels like every Python developer just doesn't want to write a single piece of code themselves unless they absolutely have to. So they just use every library fucking known to man, and it's horrible. And so, like, I love Python. I dislike many Python developers for that. That's my mini Python rant. So if you're writing in Python, don't fucking use libraries unless you absolutely cannot write a thing or it would take you too long. Because dependency trees are the worst. Okay, so if our thing does not contain this, actually what I want to do is I want to create this I want to create this variable. I'm just going to create this integer called go back.
Getting over here.
And go back is going to equal 10, And the reason go back is going to equal 10 is actually we're going to go here and we're going to say if followers contains if like in here if we have the username in our list, that means that we have accounted for, like if we started at 200, we went back to 190, then that means we have 190, so we're going to move on to 191 if we need to go back. So go back is going to start at 10, and if we have our user in this list, then we're going to subtract 1 from go back, because what we're going to do is this counted followers, we're going to subtract counted followers by go back. And so, like, let's say we go back 10 and we lost 10 followers since the last update, which would be really depressing.
That would be very depressing.
Then we would have to, our counted followers, that variable that we use to keep track of, getting the next follower that we have, we would have to move that back 10 places so that we can start from 190 and then count up from there. So that's, and then else, so wrong brackets. So if it doesn't exist in there, what we actually need to do is like exit out of here basically. And so I think we can just break, and that will be easy enough. So what we want to do at the end of this is, once we have gone through our last 10, we made sure everything is all good. Actually, what we want to do is, we'll do counted followers minus equals go back. And with any luck, if we have not lost any followers.
Punch yourself in the face, bitch! I'm not going to make you do it.
I kind of half faked it, but it was good. It worked. It probably looked real. It's probably great. So hopefully go back equals 0, so that so you can't see that. So we are subtracting counted followers by 0 in this case, and we can just move on with our lives, and everything will be great. Node does that too. Oh yeah, Node.js. Fucking web developers. That's the problem.
What happened?
He was just talking about, like, the whole, like, my Python rant is also applicable to Node.js, which is, like, very popular in web shit.
What is it, a node-based fucking JavaScript?
Yep. He said rude. I don't know what he's talking. Trent Sterling, just join the chat. Trent, it's actually 1 a.m. Okay.
I know. Duh.
In the real part of the world that we live in, it's 1 a.m. Okay, so we're fine.
Silly Trent Sterling.
Silly Trent.
Why is the hack store saying rude?
I don't know. I probably said something rude. I don't know.
Pretty much guaranteed.
Maybe it was my web developer hate.
Probably.
Okay, so it's 4 a.m. Somebody, Deviance 1 is on the East Coast.
Well, Rev.
It's 10 a.m. to Indecisive Entity.
Jesus. We're international. Oh shit! God damn it! I wasn't paying attention and blew up.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna debug log that shit, and we're gonna go back to. I don't really need to explicitly say toString, but I'm gonna anyway. Actually, I do, because what I'm gonna do is make sure I'm actually saying go back plus
support bar.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is the best time zone, Trent? You don't really believe that, do you?
You
don't really believe that it's 3 a.m. in the best time zone, right?
Isn't he
you know that's not true, right?
Isn't he in the middle of nowhere?
Peace, Rev. Thanks for stopping by. If we had our follower notifications up, I would know if you followed, but if you have not, please do. Hopefully you have. And if you have, then we will shout you out when I get the rest of this bot working. I want to do in the beginning of next stream, if I have this up and running by next stream, the beginning of next stream, I actually want to just go through the list, and as we're working, we'll just see every fucking everyone show up.
What, shout them all out?
Yep.
I can see that. That sounds pretty. That's a good idea. Because there have been a lot of people that have been with us for a long time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Okay, so here's what we want to do now. So when we get our latest follower, what we actually want to do before that is we want to check for all of our basically go back and check for all of the followers that we haven't accounted for yet. So what we're gonna do is start another coroutine. We're just this stream. Shut God. Your face.
Oh, I hate my life. Oh.
This stream should just be called fucking coroutine inception.
Oh God, I hate sneezing.
Okay, so we're gonna start another coroutine. We're gonna start the what is it called? Check last. Fuck. What is it? What do they call this? Get last 10 followers. Yeah, it is called get last 10 followers. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start this coroutine, and then
Rev says he's gonna unfollow and then follow to see it working.
You don't need to do that. We're gonna shout you out. We'll make sure that you're there, and I'm gonna kill Mike in a special way for you.
Just for you.
Just for you.
I'll make sure to get some good animations for everybody.
Yeah, we gotta figure out what if a clone should pop up or what we should do for that.
Do you want them to? I mean, if you want them to do a handshake, I could do that right now.
I don't know. Well, I feel like a death should be involved in it, and so.
Well, then he'll shake his hand, and then we'll explode him.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem: if he shakes Mike's hand, Mike would have to be standing still, which isn't necessarily the case, and we don't want to interfere with what's going on. With Mike dies. We don't want to have it stop and have nobody be able to interact with him when this happens. It should be a separate thing.
What about the the gravity death?
Yeah, we could do that.
Let me pull it up.
Okay, so I'm gonna just see if this works. So every 10 seconds, or I guess every 20 seconds, we should be getting this. This go back, we should see this print out, and with any luck, it should always be printing out 0 because we should be kind of continuing on to where we left off.
Oh, here's that Angel Anim in case you haven't seen it in a while.
Yeah, that looks fucking awesome.
So
got my Unite.
I don't know if you've ever actually seen this one from the back, but it actually looks kind of cool from the back too.
Actually, maybe we should, in the demo, show it from the back.
I mean, there's a lot of... It's folded up by a lot.
Right?
Well, I mean, I'm hiding a lot of stuff in the back, but...
Okay, so it looks like our go back is working in the sense that it's always 0, which means that we are iterating through we are getting through our last 10, and they are all they're all followers that we have already checked in the past, which is really cool. So we're going one by one here, and we're shouting out a follower. We're going back. We're checking the last 10, making sure they all line up, and if they don't, we kind of backspace through our list of followers and make sure that we are doing this right. What I would like to kind of do, what's a slightly better way of doing it, is
here you go, Joe.
is we look through the entire list so that like let's say, so we're only checking the last 10, which means that we get the last 10 and we make sure that we can backspace up to 10 people, which is great. But if somebody who followed us months ago and is at the very beginning of this list unfollows, and so we've kind of backspaced our entire the end correctly, what we haven't done is actually remove that person from our existing list of followers, and that's actually, it's kind of a problem. That would be something that we really need to fix, because then if somebody who unfollowed, who has been a follower for a long time and is at the beginning of that list, refollows, then they won't end up back on the list, which I don't know, maybe that's a problem and maybe it isn't, but basically it means that no one who unfollows, who's not in the last 10 followers, will ever be removed from the list, which is not ideal. It's kind of Bush League.
Here you go, Joe. This is in case you haven't seen it in a while.
Oh yeah, the space death.
Yeah, space death.
My shit is really slow. Trent Sterling looked it up. Yep, you are follower number 10.
Oh, he's
or
number
sorry,
11.
11,
yeah. Yeah, he got beaten out by fucking 2D heroes.
Yeah, probably by a few seconds.
Oh, dude, I bet you if 2D heroes comes in and unfollows and then refollows,
then Trent would be number 10.
Then Trent would be number 10.
What's up, Sapphire Soul?
What's up, dog?
With 1 P. Sapphire with 1 P. I like the dog with the hand. That's pretty awesome. I've never seen that before.
Well, that's probably just his smile face.
No, there are specific Twitch. It's apparently from Frankers, who's probably a really popular Twitch person that I don't know about. Like each channel can actually add their own like emote thingies.
Oh.
Like so, and it's based on the number of either followers or subscribers that you have. So if you have a certain number of subscribers, you can add different emotes. So like
I totally forgot about this, but we can make Mike sit down, dude.
Sit down?
Yeah. You don't remember that? Watch. And plop.
Oh my god. He does the fucking Taru sit.
Yeah, I gave him the Taru sit. But not only that, after he sits, like from here to here is a loop. So we can actually keep him sitting for as long as we want. So yeah. You can, and then there's the pray and the look back, think, and then sit.
That is awesome.
So we can make him do like all sorts of shit. I mean, I gave him a shit ton of animation. I was just animating. So we've got tons of stuff we can make him do.
I forgot about that sit, man. That's really cool.
Well, the thing is that now that we have we can just make him sit down and wait for an asteroid to come at him.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be awesome. I wonder if that... I don't think that is in our current character, though, right?
Really?
I don't think it's in our current... let me check.
It should be. If it's not, then I can update it.
Okay, so if we look into our characters here, our inspector, here's Mike, animations, Harland,
the hack store used the salt emote. That was actually how I found Twitch, was from salty bets.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Damn right. I placed many a bet.
Yeah, I didn't understand that when that came out. I was like,
oh, I loved it. Dude,
I don't like fighting games, so that's why it was not a thing that appealed to me. I was not the demographic for that channel.
2 of my tattoo characters are in fighting games. Actually, no, wait, all of them are.
No, are in fighting, but not made for fighting, right?
No, only one from an actual fight.
Right. Well, I mean, once you throw in like all of the
Smash Brothers,
and stuff like that, yeah, then you're like, oh, it's fucking every fucking Nintendo character ever.
Well, technically, Mega Man counts on. He's on in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Oh, here we go. We have a Spaceman Mike V11. I think that's the one.
Did you test it?
Haven't yet, but so I'm gonna drag it over here. So yeah, let's see.
It should be frames. Anything past 660 should be all new.
660? Okay. Let's take a look. Animation.
It should be the praying animation, then the look back.
New Tony drilled Mike. Yep, there's the pray. Yep, there's the look back.
Does he have the sit?
And no sit.
No sit! Ah, fuck.
We need a V12.
Alright, give me a second.
Okay, so it looks like this is all working great. So, quite happy with that.
Oh, that's right. I fixed the hierarchy so it doesn't suck to change out now.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, so now we're going to do the crazy thing, which is we're going to do the entire follower list, which seems like overkill, but maybe it's not. Who knows?
It's not.
Okay, so we're going to create a new the suicide, I worry that the suicide is like a weird thing, especially with the text that I wrote in there. That I'm like, am I doing something horrible? Am I like making light of suicide by having Mike die, having the command be suicide, and then saying that you made Mike too sad to go on? I wonder if I'm crossing the line, but who knows? Who's to say?
I don't know. I mean, it seems a bit tongue-in-cheek, or
yeah.
But I don't know, some people. I'm sure somebody will bitch about it.
Nice. Okay, so here's the fun thing that we're gonna do. We're gonna do something new with this one, which is just so this shuts up. I'm gonna immediately yield return a wait for seconds, just so I don't get this error here the whole goddamn time. Oh, I meant new wait for seconds. So there, shut your face,
Bitch.
Yeah, what he said.
Right.
We got a freeze.
I'm
the Hacksaw iced Mike.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he. That's because he just did a Mike Dice, so he did a Randall.
Yep. Okay.
Mike lives.
Sorry, that is not a command.
That would be funny.
We don't allow Mike to live.
That would be funny as a command to like spawn another Mike.
I like it. The thing is, I auto refresh everything, so, and with stream delay, nobody would ever have to wait long enough to
Oh, that's true.
to kill him. Okay, so what we're going to do is, first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to get the text for the total number of followers, which I have not done yet, so that's going to be interesting. So let's do that.
Alright, Mike's all baked out.
Sweet.
Yeah, let me get you a new one now.
Where is... Okay, total. Here's our total. So I think... let's see.
What the shit? Where the hell did I put Spaceman Mike? Oh, there he is.
Let's say...
You want a V12, right?
Offset is 500. I want a V12? Yes. That is... Oh, I missed that. Kyle did a drill and an asteroid.
That's pretty great.
Okay, so this is pretty good then. We got we can work with this. So to show you the string I'm trying to match right here, it is this. So what we're going to do is we're going to match this and then grab this number out of here and parse it as an integer. Yeah, if you do unstable and asteroid at the same time, unstable is going to kill him, no question. Like, there's no time for that asteroid to get there in time. Unless Mike was running, jumping or hovering or something like that. Okay. So,
okay,
we're going to do
here
the
you
same
go.
thing that we did before with this. What's up?
I'm giving you V12.
Oh, you should probably just submit it to source control. Because it's going to fuck up the video if I grab this right now.
Oh, shit. Sorry, bro. Okay, I'll submit it later on tonight.
Or I can just grab it when we're done.
Sure.
So, and I'm gonna have to end this once I'm done with this function. So, because it is 1:20. So,
Yeah.
I do have to work in the morning.
I have to work soon.
So, okay, so we have once again our follower web. Here's the thing though, we don't this time want to use the you also can't really suicide hover at the same time. Somebody actually, Jimmy, I worried about this. Maybe I am gonna have to make a queue system, because Jimmy95 actually put a command in while stand run cancels itself out. Jimmy put in a command as Mike was coming back up to spawn, and so that command didn't end up going through because...
Aww.
Yeah, I know. I am going to have to make a little bit of a queue system. Maybe I should make those all public statics. We'll do that. We'll do that next time. Because that actually is a good idea. If I made everything public static, then it would persist even when the character died. And I could reset it when you spawn a new character, or when you clear out the old character. There would still be a risk is if you did a hashtag Mike Dies run after the character died and before we spawned a new one, then there would still be that problem. So I don't know. It's a little tricky. Tricky problem to have. Stream delay is always a problem, even in something like this. Yeah,
Seems like an
if
issue.
you do a stand, interesting. Oh, so stand run, I guess they cancel each other out because I think I'm checking for stand after run, and so if stand and run are in the same command, then it will always cancel it out. And I'll prove it to you.
Prove it.
Here's Mike Dies. So we got asteroid, teleportal, unstable, suicide, freeze, run. So we're checking run. Then we're checking jump, and then hover, and then stand. And I had to actually put a space before stand because I realized that if somebody wrote like something about understand, it would match that.
Right.
So I had to put a space in the beginning. So yes, so because we checked for stand, that was a fucking amazing death. That was so good.
Was it the one Fallen did?
Yeah.
Nice.
So if you do run, it will call this Mike runs function, but then if you do stand in the same command, it matches that after it matches run, and so it will do mic stands, which basically does an undo on all of the. It does an undo for hover, run, and jump.
Oh shit! It took off his legs.
Yeah, that was really good.
Oh, dude, I think I'm getting burned out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be another few. Just finishing up this function.
I'll stick with you.
Thanks, man. Okay. So let me make sure we got this. Okay. So this is the string I'm gonna match. So I'm just gonna match. And also because I forgot this, we're gonna start. I need a new integer because what we want to do is we want to start at the very beginning and just go through it all out and do 100 followers at a time. And so we gonna do that by starting off at 0. So I'm gonna do, I guess, like current count. That I'm sure that will make sense to me tomorrow. Current count, and we're gonna do 100. So we're gonna get the last 100 followers, starting with our current count, which we start at 0. So I guess we need to. So we also need to make a boolean because I need to do a for loop so that it counts everything until we basically run out of followers to find. Oh no, actually, wait. I got a little ahead of myself here. What we're going to do first is get the number of subscribers, which we don't need to do a for loop over. What we need to do is get is just start at 0 and nice.
Is it a good one?
Oh yeah, that was an asteroid as he was coming out of the tube.
Dude, look at those beams. There's like tons of beams trying to get him.
Yep, but they can't because he's too feisty. Okay, so we're going to yield return for this follower web. So once we get all this information, we're going to parse this text. So we're going to have a string follower text equals follower web dot text. So we get all the text from this URL. We need to match that string that I put up top. And so I'm going to do a match follower num. Let's go with that. So follower num is going to equal reg. Oh wait, follower num match equals regex dot match follower text as per usual. And then we're gonna match this string right here, which is gonna be. Alright, so let's check this. So we have a comma, we have a quote, which I can't put in there, so I'm just going to use a dot, because that covers any character. And underscore total quote, which I want to make a dot. Then a colon, and then /d plus question mark, which I probably don't need the question mark, but I'm going to use it anyway.
Does that mean you're questioning the D?
I never question the D. And then the ending comma, just so that we have a kind of ending piece to get in there. And of course, once again, I put this. Once again, I put the. Oh shit! You can't see it. I put this /d plus question mark. In parentheses so that I use that as its own separate group. And what I would need to do is I need to parse an int out of that group. And so what I do is I say, just in case something goes wrong with this, I want to make sure that I got the group that I wanted to get. And so I'm going to test to make sure that there are at least 2 groups in here. there should only be 2. If there are more than 2, then we may have a different problem. But we can assure that if there is more than 1, then I know that I can match this string. So I'm going to do, actually, let's go with int follower. No, I can't define it here. That's stupid. Let's define it up here. Follower num. That was great.
I didn't see it. Well, I haven't seen it.
You'll see it in stream. He did a stand drill asteroid suicide, and it was the suicide that pushed all of the pieces up, and they went right over the asteroid. Like the asteroid passed underneath his exploding body. It's pretty great.
Oh man, I need to see it.
So if I have at least 2 groups,
That's great.
then I'm going to grab the second group, because I know there are at least 2. So we're going to make the follower num. Follower num is going to equal int.tryparse. Oh no, that's yeah. I need to return the integer. I'm 90% sure, 99% sure that this is going to return a fine integer value, so we don't need to worry about it too much. So we're going to do the follower num match dot groups number 1. And you're giving me shit. Dot value. I'm a jerk. Okay.
They suck, bro.
So now, when we get this, we're actually... I must see eat again. So now we're going to get the total number of followers from this. And then we can do, now because we're also parsing it as an integer, we can do any kind of math that we want on it. So what we're going to do is, let's see. So now that we have our follower num.
Dude, that fucking asteroid was just like mulching him.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Alright, so what I'm going to do is actually steal that follower web again, and I'm going to just define it as a new www, which I actually never done before. I don't know if I need to do anything. Do I need to like close it out or anything? I've never done this. Dispose, that seems right. Let's dispose of you.
Sounds awful.
So get follower URL. We're going to go, limit is going to be 100. The offset is going to be the current count, which let's bring that integer back, shall we? So what we can do is, so now we're going to also do the current count. So this is, so since we're starting at 0, this is going to be, maybe I'll even define it a little closer so that it's easier to follow. So we're starting at 0, and what we're going to do is actually, while current count is less than follower num. Follower num. So because that's an integer, I can determine when a number is greater or less than it. So this makes it super easy. Why are you giving me shit? Use of unassigned local variable follower num. What the hell are you talking about? It's right here. Maybe I need to set it to 0 first, just in case. Yeah. It was like, hey, buddy, you don't know what you're doing, and you're defining this inside of an if statement, and so it may never get defined. So, what the fuck, man? I'm like, no. The if statement was just a formality. I know what's going on.
So you say.
So I say. So he claims. Okay, so we have disposed of our old follower web, and we're going to define a new one here. And from that, nice. It's funny that you wrote unstable drill, because technically the drill is made of unstable energy, and that's why he dies the same way. So we're going to get follower text again. Follower text equals follower web dot text. And oh, actually, I'm a jerk. What I need to do is yield return follower web, so that we don't fuck this up. Because you always have to have a return, and like a lot of networking stuff is done in threads, and here we do it in IEnumerators because they will kind of like wait for, like this whole yield return will wait for follower web to have a result, and then we'll continue on. And so it makes it so that you don't just go, oh hey, give me some data, and then you don't get the data yet, and then you try to process it. Oh man. Oh, there he goes. That's a good one. That was a good one. Okay. Follower text. Okay. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I lost my train of thought. The Mike Dice thing is a little distracting, but I love it. Absolutely love it.
I made a scribble and called it hose.
I'm going to be done with this soon, don't worry. So we get our text. We're going to create another match collection, I'm sorry. Group is already used inside of a match, and so you can't have a group of match groups of groups. That'd be a mess. So match collection is going to, what are we going to call this? Follower collection equals regex.matches, and we're going to match once again our little display name because that's easy enough to do. So we're going to match this same display name that we used before. But it's giving me shit. Oh, because I didn't tell you what to look for. Follower text, of course. Okay, so this will result in every match of this text, in which we should have 100. And so what we need to do is for each match follower match in follower collection. So we're going to grab, once again, we're going to grab the group out of it, because we put our this name inside parentheses, so that's its own group. Whoever used that asteroid, man, they got screwed. Oh, he used asteroid and suicide, that's why. Okay, so we're iterating through all of the matches inside of this collection. We're going to grab the player name out of it again. Sorry, the follower name, the username of the follower. So we're going to once again say if follower match dot groups dot count is greater than 1. If it is, then we say string username equals follower match dot groups 1 dot value. Okay, so there's our username. Now we want to check that for, actually what we want to do is basically just is restart our follower list. So followers is going to be made into an empty list. Where's my, I lost my place. Get all followers, here we go. So first thing we do, so followers equals new list string. And then we're going to say followers dot add username. And then so we've added this username. We've gone through every one of these. I guess we don't need to write it out to the file yet. So we're just gonna write the entire fucking thing. Let's just open the stream anyway. What the fuck? You know, let's just go nuts.
Do it.
Equals new stream writer. Text file name.
What the fuck? Why are you being such a douche?
And then we're gonna say sw.writeLine username. Where's the bullet pen? So we're going to make this one false, because what we're doing is in the other case we want to append to our list, but when we're getting all of the followers, we want to just wipe the slate clean and just say like, okay, let's just redo all this shit. And so we're not appending now, we're just overwriting entirely. Okay, so false. Write this. Once we're at the end of this, we're gonna close out that file or the stream writer. But what we need to do is do, after we have done this first 100. What we need to do is say current count plus equals 100. So basically this will run through, this starts at 0, grabs 100 followers, iterates through that whole thing, grabs the next 100, and then grabs the next 100, and so on until that count is greater than the number of followers that we already know that we have. And with any luck, that will totally work and be great. So let's go ahead and run it. And if this works, then we're good and we can just kind of wrap up for the day. Whoops. Start code routine. Get all followers. In fact, let's just debug log it as well, just so we can kind of see what's going on. Username. Okay. Yeah. This is good. Let's do it. I'm gonna let Unity compile that.
Do it.
Alright, looks good. Let's put this console over here. Let's see what we got. Oh, unapplied import settings. Revert. Thanks a lot. It looks like that worked. Wow. I think that worked.
I had faith in you.
Dog then, skill games. If our last follower was Cesaragawikajajek, then yeah.
He actually just killed something with an asteroid.
Yeah, he killed a few times. If he is indeed our latest follower, then this works great.
And thanks for following, by the way.
Oh yeah, P.S. Yep. Yeah, it looks like that was right. So yeah, thanks for following. Once we have like the full thing up, we're gonna have a stream of like totally doing shout outs to everybody that followed. So, and also can't even begin to understand how to pronounce your name. So I apologize. And so now we should also have our text file that has every one of these followers. And weird. So it did some stuff. I'm gonna try to run this one more time and see if I get a slightly different result here. Because it wasn't the entire list. Like, it seems like I printed the entire list. I don't really feel like counting that, but actually let's real quick just print out the number that we get from here. Follow num debug.log follower num. No, not follower notify. Shut your face. Whoops. Okay. So we're going to try this one more time with the I'm going to try this one more time with the number being printed out first. Didn't seem like it was, strangely. This is very weird. So we're definitely getting like a huge list here. I don't see the number printed out like I thought I would. And let's check the text file again. Yeah, it has 64 people in the text file, which is very clearly not correct. Don't quite know what's going on with that. So let's not print that out. Oh, maybe I'm not getting the follower num? Maybe that's what's happening, because it didn't print me anything. It's still, oh, there we go, 213. Oh, it printed. There's another coroutine that's still happening. That's the problem. Oh yeah, so
you got that fucking inception of coroutines.
I do. I have way too many. So let's take everything out of the start function and start fresh. Here we go. Come on, compile it. My computer's like, dude, doing too much for too long. You gotta cut that shit out.
Right. I don't think I've turned my computer off in months.
Okay, so 213. Alright, now let's go back here and uncomment that out. And let's see what we get. Okay. hopefully we will be printing things out. The Hacksaw is the latest one now that I'm seeing. So let's check that. Yeah, looks like the Hacksaw just followed.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for following. But it's weird. This thing is still only showing 65, and now that I'm looking at this, I think that is only 65. So I think there's a problem. Maybe it's only giving me 50 at a time. He refollowed, that's why. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless.
I appreciate the follow times 2.
Appreciate it twice over. So let's see. Current count. Alright, so we're not going to print individual names. I just want to print out the count. So let's see. I'm also going to just define a temporary integer for num counted, so that I can just iterate that and just say num counted, and then at the end of this I can debug.log num counted. So we should be getting much more information out of this now. I can actually, so I'll get an update every time we have, like, we went through 100, we went through 100, and then we're going through another 100, and then I'll get the actual number that was counted inside of those 100, because it doesn't seem right. Yeah, so 214 we went through 100, and then 200, and then 64. So let's find out where those are coming from. At the beginning of this, we're going to also debug.log num counted. And so just by doing that, we'll see where those 64 are coming from, because it's weird. It seems like it caught the very beginning, at least, because it was definitely catching my name. So we'll get a little every round. So we got 0, 0, 100, 25. So that looks like the one. So that looks like what was actually counted out of that. I need to document this better. Num counted, and that'll have to be toString. toString and counts. Okay, toString. Total counted. Okay. So now I'll actually know what I'm looking at. If you just like debug log numbers, you'll never understand what the fuck you're looking at if you do too many. So always gotta put text in there.
Mine always looks like a pirate. I'm not lying. I got in trouble for that at work. Because, like, this guy was just like, my entire, like, log says, "Yar, matey." This be not working, yar.
Okay, so this is really weird. So we're only counting 25 of the first 100, and then we're counting 50 of the second 100, but then somehow there end up being 65 total counted. So that math doesn't even make sense, because 25 plus 50 is not 65. I know that much about math. So I'm wondering if it's the display name that's weird. Like maybe some of them don't have display names. That seems really weird, but I guess it's possible. So let's try limit 100, offset 0, and see where we get display. No, see there are display name. There are 100 matches for display name in there. The negative 10.
Leather belts?
Am I subtracting 10 from this somewhere? That would be weird. Oh, I think I see what you were saying about the only start code routine. So check new followers should do that, but the only thing that I'm running right now is get all followers, which shouldn't do any kind of -10. This is just gross.
What'd you break?
Everything, apparently.
Wow.
So it's only. Let me see if I can. Can I print out the number of matches in a match collection? I feel like I should be able to, right? Follower collection dot count. There we go. Not copy to. That's not what I wanted, you jerk. Also, I need to make this toString just to make sure that I can do this. Matches. Just to make sure that we're actually, oh fuck. Just make sure that we're actually at least matching the proper number. Yeah, matches 25. That's really weird. Comma 100. 100. What am I missing in this thing? Display name. Comma. Oh, weird. The comma is not. Oh wait. Is there something else missing? Display name. Oh. Yeah, I think I just put too many restrictions on this. So I don't think I need all of this. I think I just need quote display name and then the end of this. And maybe the quote at the end of display name. I think I just had one too many display name quote. Yeah, I guess we'll just do the dot after that and see if we get more matches that way. Damn it. Compile that shit. No, we got 25. 25 matches. 25 matches, 15 matches. I don't know. Don't know what's going on there. It's really weird. text. Don't display name. And I've checked this in the actual text, and it looks correct to me. So I don't know. We can actually make this a little bit more granular by just getting 25 at a time, and maybe that will make more sense. Let's find out. See if we get anything here. 25, matches 15. Total counted 215. Okay, that worked for some reason. It didn't want to parse all 100. So we got current count. So we counted 25. Matches 25. We got 50. 50 counted. Matches 25. Got 75. 25. 100. 25. 125. 150, 25, 175, 25, 200, and 15, 215. So that looks good now. Okay. And let's double check our text file. That's not even close to right. It has the correct number of lines. But I don't know what this text is all about. Why did you do that? Why did you do that to me? Oh boy. Maybe that was it. So, yeah. It only took the first letter of everyone's name. It's pretty brilliant, gotta say. Okay, so I hopefully fixed that. Because, so what the problem was, to show you, in this, regular expressions are tricky. They're tricky little bastards. And what happened was, I was taking this group, which basically is every alphanumeric character, but what the question mark does, the question mark is a little kind of like modulator, I forget what the real term for it is. Basically make sure that you are taking up the fewest number of characters inside of that expression. So if I do /w plus and then put a question mark on it, it's going to match everything using the fewest characters until the end point that I have there. And so I think I don't need this question mark, because the character that ends the match that I want is a quote, and so it's not an alphanumeric character, and so I don't have to worry about that. So I think that this will now do exactly what I want, no more, no less. And let's just see how right I am about that.
And we all know how much you want to be right.
So very much. I need to be. I am up until 2:02 a.m. because I need to be right. And I certainly am. As you can see now, here is, whoops, not that one. Here is the list of all of our followers. It is a beautiful text file that has everybody.
Everybody?
And the real Jaws S. The real Jawses. So thanks for following. And we will give you a sweet shout out inside the game and have a special mic death for you once this whole thing gets up and running. So yeah, this is it's totally working and everything is great. Nothing is broken. So,
Well, I just created this while you were doing that.
wait, hold on. What did you create? Oh, I have to switch back to. Let's do this. That is cool. That is really cool.
I figured that'll add a little bit of ambiance.
Hell yeah. Sweet. Well, yeah, this has been a pretty badass stream. So thanks everybody for following. Definitely, you know, anybody who hasn't followed, you should, because we're gonna do awesome shit. This is all just in a Twitch bot that I'm doing as a side project for this side project. So we will move on to the full real game, which will have awesome little ambient animations like this, and so you'll get to see a lot more of that next time, and you know, and further things. Once I have packaged up this bot in a nice way, we can be done with it. So thanks everybody for checking this out tonight. Thank you so much for following. Definitely, we will try to keep everybody in the loop for what's going on with the project. Hope that you'll see a lot more of it. Psydra Games is the name of the company. If you look below in our FAQ, it has all of our Twitters if you want to tweet at us, and so you should do that as well, which will give you obviously like little updates, and it's a lot of mine and Alex's banter about firing him as a QA person because he does dumb stuff in his design, and then tells me that there's bugs in the game.
Mine
So-
was usually about Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. So yeah, you get all those updates. So yeah, follow if you haven't. Stick around. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you next time.
Bye.
Peace.